So a very good afternoon and a warm welcome to live final round coverage from the CELLTRION Queen's Masters at the Legends course at Seoul-hae-won Golf Club. Jeong Eun-ji vaulted herself into contention with a blistering round of 64 yesterday. She's in the second to last group but has made no progress today. Level par for her efforts. And that one isn't going to drop for Eun-ji. One under the card for the day, beg your pardon. Couple of birdies and a lone drop shot back at the fourth. Did shoot a 64 in the second round of last week's Lotte Open in Cheongna, so no stranger to finding birdies in bunches, but not just the two to report today. 1.2 billion Korean won prize purse up for grabs this week at the 11th event of the season, and that was a tentative effort, to say the least, for Hwang Jung-mi's par. So she's gonna drop out of the group at 9 under. That's off the back of a hole-out eagle 2 at 13. We started the day with a two-way tie for the lead at 10 under par. Park Min-ji and Park Joo-young both chasing a bit of history, but it's all gone a little pear-shaped for Park Joo-young. That is a fifth bogey in 7 holes, and she is tumbling down the leaderboard. Lee Ye-won, steady and solid as always, but not going to find a birdie there for last season's Rookie of the Year. Already tasted victory this season at the Lotte Rent-A-Car Ladies Open back in April on Jeju Island. Horrible conditions she prevailed in there. No problems at all for Park Gaeol. Nice birdie there. It's to 2 under for the day and just on the fringes of the top 10 for Gaeol. He's continuing to play some very solid golf in 2023. Your final group have made it to the par 4 12th tee, so why not have a look at this 346-meter hole. Only real spot of bother with the tee shot is that big lake on the left-hand side. This fairway also angles sort of away from the players. Don't have to worry about running through the fairway in this final round. The course was saturated with a ton of rain all throughout Saturday. So driver, very much the club off the tee. Second shot will be played slightly uphill to this elevated green. That is rather receptive, but the pin today, 17 from the front and 8 from the right, guarded by a little mound just short of it. So you've got to be spot on with your distance control to leave yourself a decent look at a birdie 3. Park Min-ji looking to become only the 5th player in history to win the same tournament in 3 consecutive years. One of 6 wins she had last year. Only 4 players have done it before her. The late KLPGA president Koo Oh-ki, Park Se-ri did it, Kang Soo-yeon, and most recently Kim Hae-rim in 2018. So Min-ji looking to become the 5th player to achieve an elusive and rare three-peat. She leads by 2 after her birdie at 11. This is Hwang Yo-min, one of your 6 co-leaders after day 1. From the top 3 ranked amateur in the World Amateur Golf Rankings before turning pro late last season. Park Joo-young, what a story. She was building through 2 days on a medical exemption after taking some time off last year to give birth to her first child. It's her 266th start, had dreams of becoming KLPGA Tour champion, starting the day with a share of the lead. A pair of birdies to start, but it's been a downhill slippery slope since then for Park. Back at 7 under, and trailing Park Min-ji by 4. And weather conditions have been challenging over the weekend. Bit of rain, had some lightning that caused the cessation of play yesterday evening. A couple of players, including Park Min-ji, had to come back and complete their second rounds early this morning. So we're using a modified 2-tee start. Players going off the first and the fifth tees. But importantly, everyone is out and about on the golf course. This Legends course at Silhae-1 has been a fascinating test this week, presented in immaculate condition as you'd expect on the KLPGA Tour. These big greens with lots of slope in them have proved tricky for some of the players. Remember, the cut line came at 1 over par at the conclusion of play yesterday. ENG said she was disappointed missing the cut in her defense of the E1 Charity Ladies Open. Took a week off. Now she's refocused, settled, and still very much in with a shout here. Tee box moved up on the 13th, making it a drivable par 4 today. And that, it gets a nice friendly kick, and it's going to chase onto the front of the green. That's an eagle putt upcoming for Jung Yoon-ji. Love a good drivable par 4 in a professional golf tournament. Really makes for exciting viewing. Now, Leo 1, not the longest hitter on tour, but this is very much within range. Tee shot slightly uphill, and with soft conditions, going to need to try to catch some kind of downhill slope for that first bounce to have this scoot on. Didn't leave anything in the locker with that swipe. Oh, that is superb from Year 1. I haven't had a player pick up multiple victories so far this season. Year 1 could be the first. And what's happened here is that ball has travelled, sort of scuttled along the cart path and subsequently bounced into the penalty area. So the ruling here is you would have to take relief from the penalty area first. So 2 club lengths from the point of entry. And you drop it. And that ball's going to roll outside of the allotted area where you can play. So you'll place it and then take relief from the cart path. It's a bit convoluted, but that's just the rules of golf. Now, Park Ju-young, 4 times a runner-up on tour. Applied her trade on the KLPGA since 2010. That's okay. Into 12. You know she still believes. She's come close on so many occasions. Stranger things have happened in golf. Now up to the 14th we go. 510 meters, plays shorter than its number on the scorecard. On a rather dramatically elevated tee box. So just short of the green here. This is an eagle chip. And it just takes a soft bounce for Hyun Kyung. It's going to try and sneak up there, but well, she's 5 under the card today, or 4 under the card. Has that to get to 5 under par, and that is to break out of what is currently a 2-way tie for second place with Bae So-hyun. Now Min-ji. It was an interesting start for her. Birdie, bogey, string of pars before her birdie back at 11. Leads by 2. Right in her wheelhouse. It's much better. Said she was feeling a lot more confident coming into this week. And certainly the results at the moment are showing. The defending champion, Park Min-ji. She leads by 2 over Bae So-hyun and Park Hyun-kyung. Lee So-mi putting together a wonderful round of golf. She's 5 under with 2 holes left to play here in the final round at Silhae-1. Good to have your company this Sunday afternoon. Weather looks ominous overhead, but fingers crossed it just stays off a little while longer. So relief finally taken here on the 15th. Bae So-hyun playing now 4, and oh dear, that one not brilliant for Bae. Only made par back on 14. Tied with Hyun Kyung, who has a chance to get to 10 under par. Back at the par 5 now. Come on, Ju Young. She needs something to start going right for her. This would be a good start. Slightly downhill, working its way to the right. That's one in a row for Park Ju Young. She's made over 1.9 billion won in her career, but you know it's the win she wants. Another look there. You know she still believes. What a story it would be if she somehow pulled out a victory today. She's going to have to topple the most dominant player in recent memory, Park Min-ji, en route to it. But that is a step in the right direction. Stops the bleeding after 3 straight drop shots. Now Hyun Kyung to get within 1 of her former Team Korea teammate from amateur days. Can't let chances like this slip by. Oh no, that is not what the doctor ordered. It's only going to be a par, but a par is not good enough on 14. Not when you're chasing Min-ji. There's a couple of holes back. Now So-hyun for her bogey at 15. It's becoming an expensive little hole here for Bae. And she will succumb to a double bogey 6. 15 and 17 have been the hardest holes at the Legend course all throughout the week. A couple of par 4s in wet conditions stretching out over 375 meters. It's been a brutal test for these ladies. Seen a lot of carnage on these holes. Unfortunately for Bae So-hyun, that double bogey is now going to drop her back down into a share of 9th. Now Min-ji to open up a 3-shot lead. She's one of the best front runners on the KLPGA Tour. That one just carrying a touch too much heat. So only a par. The lead's going to stay 2 over Hyun Kyung. She said she was getting a little frustrated with her play at the start of the season. Took a little mental attitude adjustment, and it's certainly been paying dividends. Now an eagle look for Jung Yoon-ji at the drivable 13th. This would certainly toss the cat among the pigeons. She's got in a great line. Oh, just falls off a little right and just wanders on another foot or two. Only 1 victory in her career, Jung Yoon-ji. That came in a 5-way playoff at last year's E1 Charity Ladies Open. Coming off a good week last week in Cheongna, top 10 finish there. No one's claimed this beautiful Mercedes EQE yet. So-hyun after that disappointing double. Pin's just on the left section of the green, but guarded by a massive hump in the middle, and that's going to get on the wrong side of it. That's going to just slowly trickle further and further away from the cup. And now that's going to be a testing 2-putt for Bae So-hyun. Hong Jung-mi into 15. 3rd shot now, ran into some trouble off the tee. Just had to pop it out sideways, and she is in very big danger of dropping a shot as well. Year 1 for an eagle. Hasn't picked up a shot since her birdie on 1. Doesn't come back from there, does it? It's going to be a simple 2-putt birdie. For a player that was stuck in neutral for most of this final round, she'll slide up into a share of second at 9 under. The championship leader, Park Min-ji, still yet to play this 13th, which has coughed up its fair share of birdies today, playing the easiest hole on the golf course. Playing as the easiest hole, you don't want to not pick up a shot. Still a little tester for Yunji here. Right edge. Keep that head steady. No peeking. Okay, good 2-putt birdie for Yewon and Jong Yunji. The pair now share second with Park Hyun Kyung. The flexibility of this 13th hole allows us to play it as a drivable par 4 today. It can be stretched out to just under 300 meters, but that's the tee box we're using for this final round. It really makes this hole very interesting. There's not too much risk, so you expect most players to give the green a crack off the tee. Obviously, if you just stray a little bit too far right, you could catch that enormous right-hand side, green side bunker. A little bit further right, well, you could be in some reeds. Left side, well, not that great either, but the pin today on this 13th in a very gettable spot in the front section of this split level green. 13 from the front and 12 from the left. A lot of players going to be landing it just about 10 yards short, hoping for a good kick up and maybe, just maybe, a much needed eagle too. But it's a hole that you expect pretty much everyone in the field to find no worse than a birdie on. Chu Young, even though she is 33 years of age, she can still get it out there. Holding on to that like it was heading a little left. And whoa, hello, look at this. Look at this from Park Ju-young. What a time to pull a shot like that off. That is an eagle putt. This hole plays slightly uphill. She doesn't know how good that is, and neither does Park Min-ji. She's been in this position many times before. Just has to keep the course in front of her, stick to that game plan, just plod away. Absolutely nothing wrong with that tee shot. Just leaves it in a spot where you expect her to get it up and down 7 out of 10 times. It's been a while since her last victory, Park Min-ji. Jung-mi coming up this little slope. It's going to be back-to-back bogeys for Hwang Jung-mi. That is going to slip her out of the top 5. I do love the ebb and flow of this golf course. It presents birdie opportunities early in the back nine. You just kind of hang on through holes 15 to 17, and then you finish with a last hurrah with the par 5 18th. Still, this championship very much up in the air, but it's Park Min-ji who is your pole sitter right now. She leads by 2 at 11 under par, seeking a 3rd straight victory at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. Bested Kim Soo-ji in a playoff last year at the KGE Daily Ladies Open. Hwang Jung-mi. A couple of bogeys. Possibly leave her a little bit too far out of the picture this week. Now Min-ji. Just going to carry this a couple of yards on the green and run it out the rest of the way. It's a fairly textbook up and down birdie is going to give Park Min-ji, for the moment, a 3-shot lead. She's just so tough to beat when she's running at the front of the pack. She's got so much belief, and when she is confident, when she is swinging well, easily one of the best female professional golfers in the world. So for the moment, Min-ji gets to 12 under par, and her lead stretches to 3. Oh dear. Oh dear, there's a hooter in hand. There's a hooter in hand and a rules official. That is not what we wanted to see here in this final round. It's really been shaping up to be quite a brilliant shootout, but there must be some electrical activity overhead. And I think we're moments away from a suspension in play at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. So players now have to be escorted off the golf course, ferried back into the clubhouse. And well, start your stopwatches. We don't know how long this is going to be, but it's a real shame. Especially for, you think of the players like Lee So-mi, who's been absolutely tearing it up right now. 6 under par, starting on the 5th hole, so she still has 5 holes to play. Hyun Kyung also bring together a very good final round. Park Min-ji's birdie back at 13. She'll restart her day, I should say, on the 14th. And Park Ju-young, well, unfortunately for the 33-year-old mother, she is going to have to sit and sweat in the clubhouse, thinking about that eagle putt that she has coming up, and that will be a putt that takes her into solo second and back to where she began the day at 10 under par. But for the moment, no further golf to be played here at Seoul Hae-won. We're in a weather delay here in the final round of the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. Keep your fingers crossed that this doesn't stay too long. And if you're just joining us, we are in a weather delay, so an opportunity to go back and watch some golf from earlier on today. Last year's Player of the Year, points-list winner Kim Soo-ji started her day in the final group, but it certainly was not the start she was looking for. All sorts of trouble at the second for Soo-ji. Park Min-ji, like her competitor and fellow co-leader Park Ji-young, did birdie the opening hole. But that one tugged off on the left-hand side of the second green. Ji-young. And a 266th start as a KLPGA Tour professional. 4 runner-up finishes, a host of top 10s, 1.9 billion won banked. But no victory just yet. She's in great position to break that duck this week, though. That is exactly what she wanted to see early doors. Birdie at the first and great position for birdie at the second. Look at that fantastic iron shot for Park Ju-young. Became a mom last year, took some time off for that. Returned to action on Jeju Island earlier this year on a medical exemption. Well, could be writing a storybook return to the game as Park Min-ji looks to upset her and chase a little history of her own. It's a slippery one from the left side of the green, and ooh, that's... Well, she's going to be putting for par before Park Ju-young putts for birdie. That's just a little unlucky. Gets caught up in some of the tangly stuff at the back of the third green. Soo-ji. And the good news is that ball is not in the water. She's in the penalty area, but she can get club on the back of it. But just not enough to get it on the surface, and she's finding the early going a little bit tricky. There's the 4-time KLPGA Tour winner. Year one. Second into the third. Started her day with a birdie at the opening par 5. Not expected of her. And, that's just a little short. And the third going to be a real test of her short game skills from there. Soo-ji looking to putt this one. It's some fairly hairy fringe that she's got to work through. She's going to have to give this one a good old thwack. I hope it stays on line. Oh, almost a miraculous par save. Soo-ji's going to drop another back to 6 under par. With Park Ji-young in close, and that is not where she wants to go. Now this is Hong Jung-min at the par 3 fourth. He had one drop shot in yesterday's round. Strong par threes here at the Legends course at CELLTRION. As we've seen throughout the week, big greens with a lot of big slopes. That one just through the back. Actually, not a bad spot at all. Yeah, ENG for a par. Should go a little left on her. Oof. Agonizingly close, and she is going to immediately give back the shot she picked up on the first. Lee Jung-min played alongside Hong Jung-min for the first couple of days. One club less for the 10-time tour winner. And that should crest the ridge nicely and just feed on down to the hole. That's well played from last year's Pacific Links Open champion. Last event of the calendar year in 2023. Second event of this new season. Park Ju-young, an opportunity to open up a 2-shot lead. Early days. Oh, and in it goes. Birdie, birdie. Start for Park Ju-young. She leads by 2. Let's have a look at the par 3 third. It's a 345-meter par 4. And needless to say, you need to avoid the right-hand side of this hole or you will be dropping and playing 3. That fairway bunker on the left-hand side going to be the start line for most of these players. Big hitters might have to worry about running into it, but really shouldn't pose too much of a problem for these ladies. The pin today on this 45-yard long green cut right in the back section, 36 from the front on the top plateau. Leads by 2. It's all about keeping those emotions in check now for Park Ju-young. Fairways and greens, that's the order of the day. Ooh, little bit leaky off the tee. That's okay. One birdie, one bogey. Outside the top 30 on the money list starting the week. Didn't play last week in Cheongnan. Missed the cut at the E1 Charity Ladies Open the week prior. Has not had a top 10 since the defense of her NH Ladies Championship back at the start of May. Jung Yoon-ji kind of that beautiful round of 64 yesterday, which included 9 birdies. So we found an early circle on the card at the first. This for another. Not to beat. He's one of those players that is slowly gaining in confidence every single week on tour. Comfortable being in the spotlight. It's a sort of unspoken part of the game that no one really mentions now. Hwang Yo-min from the middle section of this 4th green, so we'll have to putt up this tier. It's going to gather pace in the second half of the putt as it works off the back side of that spine. there, starts to pick up speed again. Just drifting off a little right, and well, that just illustrates the challenge of these greens at the Legends course. You could be on the dance floor, but if you're in the wrong section, 2 putts are no guarantee. You've been one of 6 opening round leaders who all matched 67s on Friday. Year 1. Another one of those 6 leaders. Poor second shot short of the green, so this is a putt to save par. Oh, she's got it. Oh, what an up and down that is for Lee Year 1. It's going to count as a 0 putt on the stats card. Hold off from off the green. All she cares about is that's a 4. Yeah, Lee Jung-min, serial winner on tour, and what has been a very solid career, but has had her battles with this particular club, the putter, through the years. She's always used that claw grip. And from this range, it doesn't look too bad. When you get inside of 6 feet, if you have the yips, look away. Good tempo, good rhythm. Oh, almost a good birdie. You take pars on all the par 3s here. It's a strong test, the short holes at Seoul Hae Won. Again, I mentioned that green is 45 yards long, but unfortunately for Kim Soo-ji, it's not the green she's thinking about right now. Pushed her tee shot out to the right, and, well, she's in the reeds. See what these ladies, Park Min-ji and Kim Soo-ji, making over $1 billion, and the season just passed. Normally likes to hit a little draw. She looked fairly pleased with that, but just a little too far right. And from where that pitched, it certainly looked like it sort of finished up where Park Ju-young is. Good 5-6 yards into the reeds, and the question now for Soo-ji is, where does she drop it? Has it crossed the margin of the penalty area? I certainly don't think it's in the water, but if they can't find it, she will have to treat it as if it's gone into the penalty area, and then, you know, take the subsequent relief from that. If it hasn't crossed the margin, she's almost better off going back to the tee. So while we wait up to Hwang Yo-min's par putt at 4, just runs off low. Going to see a lot of 3 putts this week at Seoul Hae Won. Unfortunately, after that really solid start on day 1, just hasn't been able to make much happen. So, there's a rules official down there, so telling Soo-ji that there's reasonable enough evidence. Obviously, you can start with your playing partners just to make sure that they're okay with it. That her ball pitched above the line of the penalty area, and then subsequently jumped sideways in, so she'll be able to take relief there. And that's good news for Soo-ji. Now Hyun Kyung, 2-time major champion, came in back-to-back years at the KLPGA Championship. Just chase on a little bit. Not quite for Hyun Kyung. Started her day with a string of pars. Just off the green there at the 5th. Now Min-ji, while Soo-ji works out where to drop. Park set to go. 16 times a winner on tour, including 3 major championships. With shots like that, you can see why. Magnificent for Min-ji. Park Ju-young. Got a slight uphill lie here to deal with. So it's It's going to certainly get the ball elevated rather quickly. So she can sort of throw this a little bit further up in the green than she would normally allow. That's okay. Suji. So she will take her drop and play 3 from there. Some rather tangly rough. The only thing she's got working for her is the fact that the pin's in the back. So this will help release the ball towards the back edge. She doesn't have to worry about running out of room. Just land this maybe 5-10 yards on the green. Let that do the rest. A player that was a solid contender but never really had anything to hang her hat on in the early years in her career, and then broke through for a triumph at the KGE Daily Ladies Open in 2021, followed that up with a major championship at Blue Heron the week after, and then a pair of victories and a very solid campaign in 2022. This left her as one of the big stars of the game in South Korea. This is one of the up-and-coming rising stars, year one, on the par 3 fourth. You've seen the perils if you don't get it to the back section. And that is going to just have enough. Ooh, sits on the top of that crest, and that's a good break for Lee Won. Suji. A bit of an uphill lie as well, like Park Ji-young. Again, with the bit of grass caught between the club face and the ball at impact. It's going to minimize the spin. It's not going to take a stop as quickly as Park Ji-young's, but wow, that really dug its heels in. Still a very outside chance to save a par as we got to 5 in Park Hyun-kyung. Skip this one along and chase it down. Here's a superb short game for Park Hyun-kyung. Most of these professionals on the KLPGA Tour do. This is simply sublime. Well, if you're just joining us, unfortunately, no live golf to report right now. Stuck in a weather delay at Seoul-hae Won Country Club. Park Min-ji just hit the front at 12 under par. And it's going to be a bit of a waiting game for these ladies. Still no update on when we're going to get play back underway. Min Hee-jung just trying to stay loose and engaged in the clubhouse. One of the players that just barely made the 36-hole cut that fell at 1 over par at the conclusion of play yesterday. Hee-jung will head into Rainbow Hills next week as the defending champion of the Korean Women's Open. During weather interruptions like this, players usually get a little bite to eat. You're trying to stay loose, you're trying to stay refreshed, and you're trying to take your mind off the moment. Park Min-ji leads by 3, but when we return, Park Ju-young will have an eagle opportunity at the 13th after that excellent tee shot. Wonder how she's feeling. Wonder what's going through the mind of the 33-year-old. But for now, no golf yet underway at Seoul-hae Won. We're stopped due to electrical activity in the area here in the final round of the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. So if you're just joining us, yeah, unfortunately, Hooter's gone and no play right now at CELLTRION. Park Min-ji just birdied the 13th hole before play was suspended due to electrical activity in the area, so she temporarily leads by 3. Lee So-mi's got a fantastic round of golf going. She's got 5 holes left to play. Song Ga-eun and Lee Ye-won, a couple of the new rookies making their presence felt on the KLPGA Tour. Lim Hee-jung, well, she'll probably have her eyes set on her title defense next week when the Korean Women's Open returns to Rainbow Hills for the second major championship of the season. It's always frustrating in a weather delay, particularly in the final round. And for the likes of Park Min-ji, who's been in positions like this before, she's going to be very comfortable. For the chasing pack, the ones with good rounds going, you feel like your momentum's stalled a little bit. There's nothing you can do. It's a helpless feeling of just sit around like Kim Hee-ji and friends. Just try to keep your mind occupied as we wait for information and when we can get back on the golf course and get play underway again. Kim Min-byul, perhaps a little camera shy, hanging out with Son Ye-bin. Min-byul, one of the stellar rookie class of this year. There's not too much rain going on, but of course due to unsafe conditions with lightning overhead, play was halted about 15-20 minutes ago here in the final round. So while we wait, we'll take you back to some early action from when conditions were a little bit better today. Kim Soo-ji found the water with her tee shot at the par 4 third, and well, that's almost a very good par save, but it's going to be back-to-back bogeys for Soo-ji, who was slipping down the leaderboard early doors on Sunday. Yoonji from the middle section of this lengthy 4th green. All in all, pace in that putt is okay. Still not stone dead. It's just a tough spot to leave yourself in because you know it moves left to right, but the higher up you hit it on that little spine, the more speed it's going to be carrying going down. This would be some start from Park Ju-young. Birdies at 1 and 2, and for a 3rd in a row to get to 13 under par. That's a little bit heavy-handed for Park. Definitely be putting a spot on that one. Ye-won, fortunate here. The ball just staying at the very crest of that ridge, so a little bit of an easier putt than Yoonji, but still got to be careful of losing this low and right. Gave that plenty of respect, tickling it down there. Min-ji birdied the first, bogeyed the second, just to get back within 1. It's a terrific second shot. This would really set the tone for the day for Park Min-ji. Oh, and she's starting to walk him in. It's within 1 of Park Ju-young. Chasing a 17th KLPGA Tour title. When you think that a dozen of those wins have come in the last 24 months, it really gives you an impression of how dominant Park Min-ji has been on this very talented and deep tour. Now Ju-young for a par. Fantastic. That'll really settle her down. So her lead's been halved, but she's still got her nose out in front. Jong Yun-ji. These are the putts you cannot afford to miss on Sunday afternoon. You really just stall that momentum. Oof, grabs a piece, but it spins out. Another player pays the price for failing to find that back section of the fourth green. A three-putt bogey will drop her back to 7 under par where she began Sunday. No players won more than once so far in 2023. Year one could change that. With a stellar final round here. He has been a tremendous picture of consistency since turning professional. 13 top 10s last year on tour. For the 20-year-old. Solid two-putt. 3 top 10s this season, including her win at Lotte Sky Hill. Let's have a look at the par 3 fourth as the final group make their way up to this mammoth green. It's 58 yards long and it's split into 3 very distinct sections. Now, no bunkers to defend this green. The slopes on that surface will do the dirty work. You see that pin all the way in the back section. Absolutely must make sure you play your full yardage here, or you could be struggling from that middle section. We've seen a couple of 3-putts already. These players know if you go over the back of this fourth green, it's a far easier proposition to make a par than if you are in that second middle tier. The second iron shot she's just snatched a little bit at and pulled left. It's not terrible for Minji. We'll have a slight downslope to contend with, and that's okay. Park Chu-young. 32-year-old. He had 1 top 10 this season, and it came last week, so she's coming into this championship with a little bit of momentum and good form. Holds that club face so square through the impact area, and unfortunately that's not going to make it up the little pimple. And that's going to go feeding away from the hole. Be a straightforward 2-putt for Park. So plenty to smile about for her. Now up to the 7th. Birdie look here. Bae So-hyun picked up a couple of birdies already today. And you can add a third at the 7th. Lovely there from Bae So-hyun. It's going to move her into a share of 4th, and 5 back as Yeowon takes to the tee here at the 5th. Using a modified 2-tee start. Half the field off 1, half the field off the 5th today. Yeowon's just going to get that one to pull the handbrakes at the edge of that fairway. Excellent tee shot. further ahead. He's just picking up a smidge. So it's all downhill that last couple of feet. And that is very nicely judged for last year's Doosan match play champion. Jung Yoon-ji. Very disappointed missing the cut in her title defense at the E1 Charity Ladies Open. And shook that off, learned from her mental errors there, and well, she's been playing some fine golf since. Now back to 4, and Park Min-ji could be putting this. Want to get this about, well, halfway, maybe 2/3 of the way there, and then there's a downhill slope which should collect everything down to this back pin. Good effort, but that's gone slipping on by. No par assured yet for Park Min-ji. To the par 3 7th. Pins cut right on that tiny right section, but that is a superb tee shot. Excellent birdie opportunity awaits now. Park Ju-young. This will get your attention. Just get it to the top of that brow and let the slope do the rest of the work. Got a chance. Oof. Great putt, but well, that one is a longer putt for par than she had even back on the 3rd. Year 1 at the 5th. Okay, just past the front edge of the green, maybe 10 paces on. It's a bit of a funnel pin, this one. Not going to catch the slope, not quite. Oh, really good in the air for year 1, but just coming up short. No harm done though on the green. Yeah, Suji has had a little bit of a struggle to start, but not a putt she can attack here on 6. Send it out well left, just let it ride that slope down. She'll take a 2-putt par all day long from here. Excellent there. Hopefully that just steadies the ship a little for Suji, calms her down. Just through the fairway here. Spot this on the front edge. This one should have some chase on it. Come on, down you come. Down you come. It's going to try. That's pretty good. These are putts that are very much a double-edged sword early in the round when you've got the lead, especially when you started as well as Park Ju-young has today. Got away with a bit of an over-aggressive birdie putt on the previous hole. This is a slightly tougher assignment for par here. It should go a little left for Park. But you pop this one in, you start to feel a little bit invincible. Now I know that's a dangerous term to use in golf. So many things can happen, but this is going to do wonders for her confidence. She can slot this one in the middle of the cup. This for par to stay 1 ahead. Oh, Nerves of steel. Park Ju-young's putter performing perfectly. Remember, Minji still has a little bit of work to do for her par. Suji gonna get out of the way first. Over for her day. Minji. I think this would be just an inside right edge putt. Did not want to give the hole away here. It's going to be struck with conviction. Coming slightly uphill. She was up and out of it early. So, one step forward, one step back for Park Min-ji. Park Ju-young's cushion now grows to 2 shots once again. Birdie look here. Wiggles by for Park Ji-young. She's 2 under on the day. Why don't we have a look at the par 4 fifth next on the cards for the final group of Kim Soo-ji, Park Min-ji, and our leader Park Ju-young. The right side of this hole fraught with danger. Even if you pitch it halfway up on that rough bank, it could very easily kick down into the penalty area. So there's lots of room left. No reason to challenge the right-hand side of this hole. Second shot with what you think would be a mid-long iron for most players to a green that tilts, certainly the front section from front to back. The pin today on the 5th, just in that sort of front portion of the green. 22 on and 10 from the right. And that, maybe 5-10 yards on the green, should get a little bit of chase that should collect the ball down to where the cup is. One place you can't afford to miss this is right. There's oodles of room on the left for your championship leader. It's a look of concern. That's okay. That's excellent. Park Ji-young swinging the club with confidence. She's got a great attitude about her. She's also got a 2-shot lead to boot. Head on the green. Yeah, one. Left to right slider. Good effort. And should be fairly rock solid par. Still yet to make a par today, Park Min-ji. Pair of birdies, pair of bogeys. Just a little anxious with this one. Hitting the touch right. Ooh. That pitch in the sort of flatter spot of the right rough near the fairway, so I don't think it's ventured into the penalty area, but that is more problems for Min-ji. Ju-young started the day in a share of the lead. She's opened up a 2-shot cushion. Min-ji, a chance for the bounce back birdie here on 5. Just a little low all the way. Still no word from the golf course and the tournament committee. Play suspended, well, just around 45 minutes ago due to inclement weather, and the rain has started to come down as well on the Legends course. It's put a halt to what was otherwise a fantastic final round, where Park Min-ji, with a couple of birdies on the back nine, has now opened up a 3-shot cushion over Jung Yoon-ji, Lee Yeon, Park Hyun-kyung and Hong Jung-min. Kind of a nervy wait. She's got 5 holes left to play. She's hanging out with her dear friend Min Hee-jung. She's trying to stay loose, trying to stay relaxed. Oh, one way to do it: grab a bite, have a drink, have a stretch perhaps. Such is the fate of the players and all of us here at Seoul-hae on Sunday afternoon. We're in a weather delay in the final round of the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. Fingers crossed the storm breaks and we can get back underway sooner rather than later. If you're just joining us, unfortunately still no news from Seoul 1 and the Legends course out here where we are contesting the final round of the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. We're in the weather suspension, so while we wait, we're taking you back to some early action from the start of this final round where Park Min-ji and Park Joo-young began the day tied at 10 under par. It's been a case of one step forward, one step back for Park Min-ji. Couple of birdies, couple of bogeys. Park Joo-young, though, has hit the front with a pair of early birdies to open up a 2-shot lead. Suji's found the fairway with no problems at all. You see the flag fluttering just on that right third of the green. You don't have to go at it directly per se. You can just sort of take it left of where the TV crane is. As long as you cover your front edge number, things should feed on down to the hole. Park Min-ji looked a little nervous, but the ball appears to be safe, or a tee shot appears to be safe. And for Kim Soo-ji, she's quite a long ways back there. First to play from around 152 meters. This should be a 5-iron for Soo-ji. It's just been a really sluggish start from her. Needs to start stringing some good swings together, try and get that confidence back. And that's going to count. Good solid shot to the heart of the green. Well played from Kim Soo-ji. Good stance and a pretty poor line to boot. Ball's well below her feet. She's nestled down in some of the thicker rough. Potentially some problems. Ball very much in Park Joo-young's court here. Good tee shot. Love a second shot, just like Suji's. A little bit left of the pin. Started right. Is it coming back? Oh no, it isn't. Just takes a little wander into the second cut of rough. First real poor iron swing we've seen from Joo-young in the first couple of holes. And she definitely has to look out towards the front and left edge of the green here. And compound the error. Very slow. But she gets a nice kick, and that's going to go chasing on. So a good break there for Park Min-ji after an errant tee shot. Now Hwang Yo-min, third shot at the par 5-6, 112 left. Pins on that front left section, very gettable. Certainly, if you possess the wedge game of Hwang Yo-min, takes a firm bounce, but still has around 12 feet for a birdie. Joo-young. So important on these kind of shots. You want to keep that club head accelerating. Easy to think you're only a couple of feet off the edge of the green. You can just play a dump and run. You still got to give this enough oomph. Well played, nicely executed, but another little testing putt for par. She's passed the test on the last two holes. She's got another question to answer here at 5. Trying to cling on to that 2-shot lead. Hyun-kyung. You want to have a good short game, you just watch her technique around the greens. Very unfussy, simple action, hands well forward. Just drops the club on the back of the ball. Always plays for release. You don't always have to hit those little spinning shots to get chip shots close. Simple is better. Min-ji, little downhill. Should wander a fraction right. That's a little tentative from Park. Yeomin. Be a nice one to have this, just to try to get that round under control again. Well, that looked pretty straight, but just falls off left at the end for Wang Yeomin. Still one over the card. Kim Soo-ji. This would certainly put a pep back in her step. Was tracking, she just didn't hit it. Head up to the 9th and second shot of looks to be Bae So-hyun. Pretty good. Could have done with a little bit more release, but that's okay. She's 3 under par today and making good progress up the board. Minji for her part. Yeah, that's more like it. Well holed. 2-putt, and would you believe it? That's the first par of the afternoon for the 2-time defending champion. She's made a couple of putts from right around this range already. Certainly shorter than the one she holed on the last. Keep her advantage at 2. Ooh. That's the first chink in the armor we've seen of Park Ju-young. Prime position, middle of the fairway. Loose iron shot. Well, that's going to be a bogey. She's only 1 ahead now. Still got her nose out in front. That's the important thing. Jung Yoon-ji ahead at the par 5. 6th. Slight downhill line for Yoon-ji here. Able to get close. Certainly with a kick like that. Come on, keep chasing. Keep chasing. It's going to be that little swale short of the green, but that's not too bad from Jung Min-ji. Probably thinking 4 now. Min-kyung. Nicely hold. Little birdie there. Joe Hee-rin takes into red figures for the day now. Hong Jung-min. It's been a string of pars to start the day for her. Ooh, and that's 2 yards away from being really good. No problems there, just short of the green. Now to the par 5-6, 480 meters long, sweeps around, dog legs right to left, and well, you play from this elevated tee, so you do get considerable amounts of help from the elevation to get a tee shot a little bit further out, about 25 meters of drop from tee box down to fairway. If you do find the fairway, definitely the green is gettable into, particularly if you're Park Ji-young or even Park Min-ji. The real defense of this green is the fact that it does sit sort of just above on a little plateau. It's a little false front or a little swale short of the green where Jung Yoo-ji's ball collected. And the pin today in a gettable spot on the front left edge, 10 from the front and 7 from the left. But whatever you do, it's imperative you keep a shot underneath the hole here to leave yourself an uphill look for birdie. You go past the pin, it could be a rather slippery one. For Suji, this is a chance to hopefully scratch off an easy 4 and try to get this round under control again. Absolutely larruped that one. Quick pickup of the tee, usually a good sign, and yeah, that's fine for Kim Soo-ji. Deep down the left-hand side. Be able to reach in 2 from there if she so chooses. The group ahead opted to lay up with her second shot. Year 1. The strength of her game, the short irons, the wedges. Got this to be fairly close most of the time. That's pedestrian for her still. Offers her a good opportunity to find a second birdie of the day. Now Min-ji. These kind of right to left dogleg holes really suit her eye and her shot shape. Just going to cling on to the very left edge of that fairway. Ji-young, see if she can shake off the disappointment of that drop shot. It's a wide target here. Still got to find it. Okay, no problems. Just hugging that left-hand side for Park Ji-young. It's today the day she finally breaks into the winner's circle. Bae So-hyun, who has been on quite the tear, is to go out in 32. Oh, and she's got it. 4 birdies on the front 9. Bae So-hyun rocketing up that leaderboard, now within 3 of Park Ji-young. Andrew's ball just coming up short in that little chipping area. Nice. Even a tight lie. It's almost like it's sitting up on a T-peg. She can be aggressive with this. Chipping uphill into the pitch of the green. It was placed with a lot of check. And, well, that's okay. What you would call an A+ effort, but you should feel that she get that one up and down for birdie. Now Hong Jung-min at the 7th, just coming up shy with the tee shot. Just a little bit too bold with that second. So bit of a fiddly one left for par. Hyun-kyung for a birdie here at 6. Try to open her account for the day. And that is, well, rather poor. Where we're going next week for the Korean Women's Open is the site of this young lady's highest ever finish in a major championship. Did that 2 years ago at the Korean Women's Open. 4th place there. And Park Min-ji romped to victory, her first of 3 majors. Remember, Hwang Yo-min was in the final group on Saturday and Sunday at Rainbow Hills. Which, of course, she is rather familiar with and be keen to take some good momentum and positive form into the week with. It's just going to be a par at 7 for Hwang. Well, Yewon got to birdie the par 5s here if you want to make a run at this championship. That was always looking a little high for Yewon. So only a par. Only 1 birdie to show for her efforts so far today. Min-ji just out with an iron, so playing this as a 3-shotter. Yeah, right by that yellow spot, leaves her a nice full number for her 3rd. Park Ju-young goes out with an iron, so you feel same order of business. Gave it the one-handed release, and that's a bit of a poor miss, and that really nestled down into that secondary cut. Going to make that 3rd shot all the trickier for your championship leader. Up ahead on the green, Jung Yun-ji to get back into red figures for the day. Yeah, nice conversion, very positive putt. She'll move back inside the top 3. That 2nd birdie. Lee Jung-min. If you do get a little nervy over the short putts, you might want to look away here. It was an excellent tee shot in for Lee, but watch how this putter just stalls at the change of direction. It's almost like Charles Barkley's old swing. Look at that, just oof. Oh, okay, the ball stalls on the edge, but much like the putting stroke from short range, it does eventually drop, and Lee Jung-min gets back to where she began the day. Well, unfortunately, the weather has not been cooperative this Sunday afternoon for the final round of the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. We're still waiting for the resumption of play. A couple of players still out the golf course. Championship still very much in the balance. Min-ji enjoying a 3-shot lead over Hong Jung-min, Park Hyun-kyung, Jung Yun-ji and Lee Ye-won. He suspended around 45 minutes to an hour ago. Players have been twiddling their thumbs in this beautiful clubhouse at Seoul Haewon. Still, no news of when we're going to get play back underway. So until then, just keep your fingers crossed We get out soon. So we do have a update on the weather conditions here at CELLTRION Golf Club. Play is expected to resume in just over 20-25 minutes time, so fingers crossed that that is in fact the case. In the meantime, please continue to enjoy some highlights and action from earlier today in the final round of the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. Once again, play should be getting back underway in right around 25 minutes time. So that's kind of opened the door a little bit for Park Min-ji here. Ju Yong's going a little bit deep on 6. Park Min-ji coming out the fairway. Much easier to control the spin, much easier to apply spin, and she's put a good shot in there. trails by 1. There's Minji. Now this is Park Hyun-kyung. For a birdie at the 8th. Just the one birdie on her card so far today. That's got a chance. No! That's just mean. She was robbed there. That did everything but go in for Hyun-kyung. Yunji. Here seems like the right club for her. That one, no. Coming up short. Perhaps there's a little breeze just swirling up there around the 7th tee. It's going to be a tricky little up and down, which depends on the lie. That second shot for Jung Yun-ji. Year 1. Imagine this would be a 7-9, especially after watching Yunji's tee shot come up a good half a club short at least. Quick at the top, actually saved it. Well, just off the right edge, and that's actually not disastrous. Park Ju-young. It is a putt for birdie, but she'll be happy to get out of here with a par. The very back fringe, downhill, left to right, then back to the left in the last couple of feet. Another knee knocker. She is giving herself a lot of unnecessary stress at the start of this final round. Park Ju-young. Bae So-hyun has made the turn at 4 under par, looking to continue that assault on the top of the leaderboard here at the 10th. Second shot plays downhill. That pin cut on the right hand side of the green. Working off a slight downhill lie as well. And that is superb. Brilliant use of the slope there. Very clever shot. She's going to have that to break into solo 3rd. What a final round Bae So-hyun is having so far. Suji got home in 2. This is no guaranteed 2 putt. Downhill look at eagle. It's just seen Park Ju-young's putt come up well short, and that one needs to settle down. Ooh. Is she pushing just a little too hard right now, Kim Suji? Got the plus side. Birdie putt, Lisa's going to be coming back up the slope now. A good break for Jung Yun-ji. That ball didn't spit all the way back down at that low collection area. So just a little stab and run required from the front of 7 green. That's going to go racing away a little bit. So, what to be done there for Jung Yun-ji to remain at 8 under par. Now Minji. He's got really piled the pressure on Park Ju-young. If this one drops, it's to return to a share of the lead. Goes right to left. Just a little undecided, uncommitted, standing over that putt, but a par will do her total no damage. She remains level for the day. Yeah, one just off the edge of the green. It's a nice fluffy line, that first cut of rough. It's the kind of chip shot that you like to practice. You drop a couple balls in the first cut when it's sitting up nicely on a little cushion. So you build some confidence, but that is a very lackluster effort from the predictably solid Leo 1. Ju Young to avoid back-to-back bogeys. It's just a tricky read, this one. It looks like it wants to go a little bit left. Ideally, you want to start this inside right edge and hit it firm, but coming downhill, she'll have to start this outside right lip. No, that was never going to stay up. Played that straight, and all of a sudden, we're back to where we began this final round with Park Min-ji and Park Ju-young deadlocked at 10 under par. This is when your demons start to get a little louder in your ears. Heart starts to race. Leading by 2 shots early doors. And all of a sudden, got all that work to do all over again. So Ju-young and Min-ji share the lead at 10 under. Jung Yoon-ji in the chasing pack back at 8, and this is to stay at 8 under par for the 21-year-old. Missed a couple from this range already today. But she's not going to miss this one. Beautifully rolled in the center of the cup for Jung Yoon-ji. She doesn't know it. She's only 2 back now. Head up to the 9th. Second shot of Hyun Kyung. It's a 6-iron. Just a shade over 140. And that is beautifully played. Excellent shot from Park Hyun Kyung. And that's going to get better and better and better. And that's going to be for an outward half of 34. So she's starting to make a bit of a move. Yeah, one. She's had a couple of good scrambling par saves already today. She's going to need another one here at 7. Yeah, very nicely holed. Good up and down. Stays on that par train. Lone birdie of the day coming at the par 5 first. Well, Bae So Hyun, she's had plenty of birdies today. This for a 5th of the final round. To take her within 1 shot. Just slides a little right. Got to hit this with enough pace. Easy to lose it low. Oh, and that one stays up. Well, that's golf for you. All you can do is hit the best putt you can. They don't always go in. It's one of those annoying parts of the game that golfers just have to reconcile. Well, there is a glimmer of good news. The rain appears to have completely stopped and the electrical activity seems to have broken up overhead. We are getting word that players are being shuttled back out onto the golf course, and there should be a resumption of play within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So, spot of good news for the spectators and players out there. We left the action. Park Min-ji had just gotten up and down for birdie at the 13th to open up a 3-shot lead over 5 players at 9 under par. But Park Ju-young, the overnight co-leader, 32-year-old veteran, has an opportunity at eagle from right around 8 feet when play gets back underway here at Seoul Hae-won. in the final round of the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. So good news, we're getting back out the golf course, and resumption of this final round shouldn't be too far away. Oh, that's not an encouraging sight, is it? Goodness me. The lightning may have passed overhead, but we appear to have hailstones now peppering the greens at Seoul 1, and now this is unideal, to say the least, because that's going to take quite a bit of time to clear up. It's been one interesting weather debacle after another. Right now, the greens at Seoul 1 just covered in rather large-sized hailstones. So I'm very curious to see what the course of action is moving forward here. I'd get out of the golf cart if I were you, ladies. That looks decidedly unpleasant. Those things hurt. Some of them could get to the size of golf balls, and this is just... I'll be amazed if we could get the final round completed today. It's going to be an all-night job to try and get that course back into playable condition. And don't forget, every stone or every hailstone that pelts these greens, that's going to make an indentation, which is going to have to be mended, repaired, just so the course is in the same condition for every single player in this field. So stay tuned. This could get interesting. Yep, I'd head back to the clubhouse if I were you, ladies. One problem abates, another is presented. What was lightning and rain has now turned into hail and rain. It's been anything but dull this Sunday afternoon in Seoul 1, so while we wait for further information from the tournament committee, we'll return to earlier action from Sunday afternoon. So 3-putt par for Kim Soo-ji. Still leaves her at 5 under, and she's starting to find a rhythm. Swinging it a bit better, but just not hitting it close enough. Minji, there is new life in her challenge. She's now tied for the lead, with momentum squarely in her corner. How do you feel if you're Park Ju-young right now? Pair of early birdies, you stretch out that lead, you're starting to think, yes, this is the day, this is how you want it to start. And really, she has not had one simple par putt. Hasn't had a tap in, she's had to work for every single one she's made. Coming off back-to-back bogeys, such a deflating feeling, but she's still got a share of the lead. That's what she's got to focus on. Oh, that's superb. That's an excellent tee shot from Park Ju-young. That'll settle her right back down. To the 8th. ENG. Up the centre stripe. She has been swinging the club very nicely since her miscut at the E1 Charity Ladies Open. Good week last week in Cheongna, and in contention again this week at Seoul-hae-won. A wonderful second shot from Park Hyun-kyung into this spot. So this to turn in 34 for a second birdie of her Sunday. Nicely home. Right in the middle of the job. With both overnight leaders not breaking away from the pack on Sunday, a host of players very much in the picture right now, including Lee Ye-won. Doesn't miss many fairways with a driver, does she? Well, now the heavens have opened to add on to the hail. Seoul-hae-won absolutely drenched right now. It's almost as if we've had the 7 plagues of Egypt rolling through South Korea, or this part of South Korea's coastline anyway. Lightning earlier, hail a couple moments ago, and now a pouring thunderstorm that is absolutely dousing the golf course. And well, you can just see there the greens are starting to saturate, water's pooling. Not to forget, there's a small matter of a couple of golf ball sized hailstones as well. This could be a while before we have any news of what happens next on the KLPGA Tour. But for now, as we were for the last hour or so, we're stuck waiting for Mother Nature. A chance to break out into a solo lead for the first time today. Birdie look here at 7. Struggled with the pace of the greens a little bit. A lot of putts coming up quite a bit short for Park Min-ji this afternoon. Ye-won hit at the 8th. Just in the front right today, but you don't want to miss it right. Slightly uphill for this second shot. would be some way to stop the rot. Park Ju-young for the birdie at 7. Excellent tee shot to here. Just shaves the right edge of the cup, and that really is the first time she hasn't had to sweat over a par putt today. She'll stay at 10 under and in a share of the lead. Out at 10, heavyish looking lie. So look at the front left quadrant of the green here. Play for some release. There's a slope there. Could catch it. Could very well catch it. Oh, Ong Jung-min, who's had 9 straight pars to start the day, but that's in birdie territory to start the back 9. Chung Yun-ji, awkward spot here. Not the place you want to miss this 8th green. No green to work with. Out of a thick lie, got a place with lots of speed and an open club face. She just carries that another 2 feet on. That could be good, but now she's scrambling for par again. Should be a relatively straightforward task to roll this one in for par and stay tied.
Nice par. Nice par.
Here on. Up ahead at 8. Outside look for another birdie here. It's tracking. Oh, how does that slide right? Great effort, but we've seen a couple of players hit good putts on 8 that just veer right at the end. Ever so unlucky, but that's another rock solid par. Lee Jung-min really has not been able to get anything going today. Still a chance though. Pins accessible on 9, especially with her iron play. That should feed down. We saw Park Hyun-kyung's do just that, and well, that's nice there from Lee Jung-min. Did birdie 7. Now has a chance for another at 9. Ju-young. Just keep this one up the left-hand side. Trouble brewing down the right. Driving it well, Park Ju-young. So up ahead on the green. Important momentum-saving putt again for Chung Yun-ji. Made a good one at the last. He's going to need another one here at 8 to stay at 8. Oh, nerves of steel there. Couple of good up and downs for Chung Yun-ji. It's going to keep her in that share of 3rd. You want to be putting from at the 11th for Bae So-hyun, up and over that back shoulder from just inside of 60 feet. It's one of those putts where you have to throw out considerably further right than you think to allow for that break, but the higher up that slope you go, the more speed it's going to carry as it gets to the hole. Trying, And it's going to be a tester. Minji worked very hard on her driving in the off-season. First time in her career she's been inside the top 10 on the driving accuracy stats. All that hard work has been paying dividends. Just hasn't been able to string it together so far this year, Park Min-ji. She's in good position here, tied for the lead with Park Ju-young. 11 holes to play on Sunday afternoon. Hong Jung-min for a first birdie of the day. Well, never a bad time to make your first one. Beg your pardon, that's a third birdie of the round for Kim Hee-ji. She gets to 7 under. See the elevation that the players have to deal with coming up to this 8th green. It's going to be Min-ji first to play. Anywhere but right is okay here. That's nicely done, and now gets a little bit too much spin on that. When that rolls forward, it might take the slope and sort of trundle on a bit closer. Lee Jung-min for another birdie to get to 6 under par at the turn. Oh, very nicely holed. A couple of good short, medium range putts find the target for Lee Jung-min. Jung-min-ji. A little concerned, but I can't see why, because that's perfectly all right for Jung Yun-ji down the 9th. Park Ju-young should carry it down into the flat, a bit past the pin, but a couple of good shots there from Suji, Ju-young and Min-ji. Year one head on 90. Don't expect this one to be anywhere but the fairway. Told you so. She is good with a driver, isn't she, this 20-year-old? Min-ji first to putt on this 4/8. It's going to go a little right to left to start, then straighten up as it comes down the hill. Good for pace there. Much better. Year one, after splitting the center strike. She do what Lee Jung-min and Park Hyun-kyung did and attack this pin. Just leaves it a little open, but another green in regulation for Lee Year-won. Another look from right around 20-25 feet. Ju-young. Got to be careful with this. Easy to let this one get away from you if you're not careful. Just putting down this fall line. That's a little bit better. Should be manageable enough from there for Park to stay tied. Jung Yun Ji. It's a good angle, right edge of the fairway to this left pin on this long par 4. And she'll take advantage of it. That's a splendid iron shot in. Just going to release on a little bit more. Touch unlucky that, but a good look. Putting back up the hill for birdie. Suji needs something to start going right here. It was a wonderful shot in to the 8th. But it's going to be another near miss for Suji, who's still yet to record a birdie this afternoon. The previous record for most number of starts it's taken for a professional to claim her first victory was 237 events, and that was An Sung-yi back in 2019. This is Park Ju-young's 266th start. She shares the lead with 10 to play. And up to the back 9, and this right to left look for birdie for Park Hyun-kyung. Does it come back from there? Not really. That was grossly overread from Hyun-kyung. Year 1 back at the 9th to bookend her front 9 with birdies. Another stress-free par, but only gained 1 shot on that front 9. .35 to the turn for Lee Ye-won. Yun-ji had a wonderful second shot in, which it looked like it was going to be, what, 6-7 feet away at best, at worst. It just took that second ridge and trundled on back here. It's still a good look, putting back up the slope for Yun-ji. And this would move her within 1 of your co-leaders. Got a chance. Oh, just straightens up as it gets to the cup. Only a par. Like Lee Ye-won. 35 to the turn for Jung Yun-ji. handily placed. Could be a real shootout on this back nine. So Hyun from 108 on the 12th. It's a bit locked in so far. Oh, continues to stay locked in. Terrific shot. Only about 6-7 feet left for a birdie 3, which would take her up to 9 under par. Now Minji at the final hole of this outward half at the Legends course. Not a bunker on this 380-meter hole. Finding the fairway, the right half if possible, is critical. That's exactly what Park Min-ji is going to do.
카메라 소리 안 나게 해주세요.
Just the younger sister of certain Park Hee-young, PGA Tour star, also known as Rocket. Middle sister, she's got some afterburners of her own. That is absolutely laced up the middle. It's going to catch that downhill slope as well. Such a huge power advantage Park Ju-young has over Park Min-ji in this final group, but it's Min-ji with the 16 wins to Ju-young's 0. Trot up to the 11th. The birdie look here. That will run out of steam. We had lightning earlier, we had hailstones that followed, a big old thunderstorm, and we look at pictures right now, the weather's perfect, although that is the issue. Water ponding in bunkers, huge hailstones still in the fairways and on some of the greens. Even if there is no further danger to the players out there, getting the golf course back into shape will be the challenge for the ground staff here at Seoul-hae-won. We still await news of a decision from the tournament committee, but until then, still no further golf at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters.
하겠습니다.
So still no news of any action from the tournament committee and organisers and referees here in the final round at Seoul 1. So while we continue to play the waiting game, we'll return to more action from earlier today at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. It's going to work its way off the slope, will it? Yeah, not too bad from Park Min-ji, kind of where we saw Jung Yoon-ji's second shot come to rest in the penultimate group. Bae So-hyun, a terrific second shot. This for the bounce back birdie after dropping a shot at 11. Center cup, never in doubt. It's back to 4 under for the day and back into a share of third. Let's see if Hwang Yo-min can start to get the putter fired up. Level par for this final round. Excellent shot into this point on 10. Should go a little to the right, but we saw Bae So-hyun hit what we thought was the perfect putt, just stay on the top side. That's low, surely. Oftentimes you find with these big greens with a lot of severe undulation, very easy to overread putts because you see a big slope to your left in that example and you assume that it should break more than it does. It really has very little bearing on the slope around the cup. Excellent tee shot from Park Ju-young. Needs to make sure she just keeps this one under the hole and a little bit right. It's only got 107 left. Oh, that's left. That looked like a little double cross. Oh, it's going to hang on to the green, is it? No, just into the rough. And not an awful spot, but a pretty poor miss with only a pitching wedge for Park. To Hyun Kyung at the 11th. That's on the dance floor, but it's going to be a putt that has to negotiate that perilous spine that splits the screen into front and back halves. Hong Jung-min. 9 pars in a row to this point. This for a first birdie of the day. And she'll get the read right. Well done. Timely birdie for Hong. Going to get relief off the sprinkler that she would be standing on Park Ju-young. That ball looks like it's still sitting up okay. Now, I've got some options here. Could take a lob wedge. Just sort of play a standard little chip shot. Don't think you're going to get too much check on it. She's coming up a little rise. Oh, an option that we've seen popularized quite a bit in the last decade is the hybrid club at the, like a 5-wood, soles of those clubs. You're engineered to cut through rough, so much easier these days. But she's going for the traditional approach. Has to be committed to this. Don't want to sort of wave at this and come up short. And ooh, that's just popped up dead on her. And she is making a bit of a mess of things on this 9th Park Ju-young. Yeah, we saw that earlier. Back on the 3rd, excellent position, walked off with a bogey. This opening history doesn't repeat itself here. Tee has been moved up on the 13th today, so it is drivable, 212 meters. Bae So-hyun hoping to continue some momentum here. Only needs a 3-wood to get close to this green. And that one just carries the greenside bunker. Okay, leaves it handy. Suji, nothing going her way today. No birdies on the card. She's hit plenty of good shots. They just haven't been rewarded. It's one of those days where the golf course can feel like a very lonely place indeed. But it could all change if this one drops for birdie at 9. Joe Heerjun up the hill at 12, just birdie 10, and well, she's going to birdie 12 as well. That's going to get her up to 7 under par. Now Minji, Park Ju-young, not guaranteed a 4 yet. Could very well gain ground even with a 2-putt here. Just looked a little left all the way for Minji, but it's a steady front 9 of even par. Nice in double digits under par. Seeking to become only the 5th player in history on the KLPGA Tour to win the same event in 3 successive years. Park Hyun-kyung had a chance to do that at the KLPGA Championship last year. She finishing in a tie for 10th. 5 of her victories on tour are major championships, and that one needs to get its skates on. No gimme yet. Well, year 1. At the start of the back 9, a little bit further up the hill on 10, so coming in with a little bit more club, but you do play downhill. 136 left for year 1. Just about 10 feet left to this whole location. There is a ridge, but well, that is leaked well out to the right. It's going to be a scrambly par required for the 20-year-old. Huge putt for Park Ju-young. Another one from this range. This one to stay in a share of the lead. She hasn't relinquished it since the first hole. But it's one mistake too many. Park Ju-young now falls out of a share of the lead. For the first time in more than 24 hours. 1 over par. 37 after starting with a pair of birdies. Yunji definitely do not want to fan this one outright like her playing partner did. But she's leaning like that's hanging. Ooh, just carries enough, and now that's in a great spot. Underneath the hole, putting up the hill. A golden chance to move into a share of second. Hyun-kyung to avoid a drop shot. Seen a lot of 3-putts this week. Park Hyun-kyung, one of the best at avoiding 3-putts in the KLPGA Tour throughout her career. And she hasn't let me down there. That's nicely slotted in the right edge. Drove it to here, to Bae So-hyun on 13, so this is an eagle putt now. She has every intention of sticking a number in the clubhouse and just watching what happens behind her. over into a share of the lead with Park Min-ji. Oh, brilliant effort. It's going to be a simple two-putt birdie. And Bae So-hyun now draws level with Park Ju-young at 9 under and trails Park Min-ji by only 1. Could she have a late script change to this championship? Park Gale. Nicely holed there for Park. Continuing to enjoy a very solid start to the year as we go back to 10 in year 1. Just enough green to work with where this shot isn't overly complicated but still requires good acceleration through the sand. Just want to hear that good solid thump. Right on the cushion of sand, textbook from year 1. Should be good enough for a par. Jo Hee Lim for her birdie at the 12th. Okay, well done. That's her 4th birdie of the day. Now gets to 3 under for this final round. And for Jung Yoon Ji, this would signal some early intention at the start of this back 9. It's a great look. It's a comfortable looking putt right to left up the hill. Something in the crowd just putting her off. A bit of movement. Little chatty member of the gallery, so she'll step back and refocus. It's an important putt here. This would get her within 1. Oh, you wonder if that just took her out of her concentration a little bit. Only going to be a par. Jung-min now on 11T. Away on this par 3. All the way in the back. So it's a 7 iron. You do not want to miss this right. Right there, that's going to go chasing on down. Super shot there from Hong Jung-min. This getting to a share of 2nd for Bae So-hyun. Well, here's an update for you. The tournament committee has decided to put it to a player vote to see what they want to do. Here on Sunday at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters, we had to halt play just over an hour and a half ago due to lightning in the area. Then that turned into hailstones just as the players were getting back out in position on the golf course, and as they were coming back to the clubhouse, well, the heavens opened and it chucked down with a considerable amount of rain. It appears that weather-wise it's safe to go out right now, but that is the main issue. Water ponding in quite a few of the bunkers, hailstones on the fairway, and some rather saturated greens. So the vote should take maybe 10 to 15 minutes, and hopefully we'll have a resolution to this situation in just a couple of moments. But until then, we thank you for your patience as we continue to keep our fingers and toes crossed in a weather delay this Sunday at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. Excellent tee shot has given Hong Jung-min probably the best birdie look we've seen all day at 11. It's going to go a little bit left, but she's playing this fairly straight. Oh, and that ventured right on her. Oh, here, all befuddled and flummoxed by the greens at the Legends course. Now up we go to 13 in the hard charging Jo Hye Rim. Driver on the reachable par 4. That's going to be good. That's going to be real good. Watch this. Super shot from Jo. She'll have 15 feet for eagle to get to 9 under par. Unbeknownst to all the action unfolding in front of her, Park Min-ji has the solo lead with 9 to play, second into the 10th. Oh, and it's a good one. Just a little bit too much heat to funnel back to the pin, but it's fine. Nice view from behind the 11th tee. See that big shoulder that we keep talking about on the green. You want to be starting this just at that left of the 2 golf carts in the distance. So it needs to turn over a touch. It needs to go too for Lee Ye-won. Yep, there it comes. Much like Hong Jung-min, it's drawn up perfectly and executed brilliantly. Park Ju-young well down the fairway here at 10. .119 left, and oh dear. Oh, it's just run out of the bunker. You can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. It has been raining, drizzling slightly for a while now. Just wonder if that firm or compact sand, so skating that ball through, it's going to be an awkward stance now for Park as we go up to the 13th and Jo for an eagle 2. Oh, excellent there. Very nicely done. Hong Jung-mi. She gets to 9 under par. And Park Hyun-kyung is going to find a birdie there at 12. Remember, she took a double bogey here yesterday. Inexplicable double from the middle of the fairway. Now awkward for Park Ju-young. Oh, that needed to just be a little bit. I need to play that with a little bit more conviction. She is in grave danger of dropping a 4th shot of the day. She's just coming unstuck here. Nice birdie there for Park Gi-yeol. 3 in a row. Jung Yoon-ji just stayed up on that left-hand side of the green, so this for birdie. number of players sneaking up to that 9 under par mark. ENG isn't going to be one of them. Suji has been on a quick slippery slide down the leaderboard this afternoon. 3 over for her outward half, not a birdie on the card, and doubtful she's going to find a birdie here at 10. Tricky putt up over that rise. Starts to gather pace there as it works its way back down to that lower level, but she is in all sorts of bother today, Kim Suji. Slightly different angle to Hong Jung-min's putt. Hong Jung-min read it as straight, even though I thought it was right to left. It actually broke right on her. Yeone's looking out a little bit right here. So this surely has to move left. Surely. I was trying to, but we'll never know because Yeone has underhit and undercooked that one. First little tentative putt we've seen her hit this weekend. And just stacks of players within 3 shots of the lead. And Park Min-ji could start to get a little separation. This is a birdie look to move her to 11 under par and 2 clear. Begging for that to turn. I don't think it's going to. Only a par. Her advantage remains 1. For Park Ju-young. Starting to wonder if in her shoes right now, where did it all start to go wrong? Still has a chance to save par here. It looks like a fairly straight putt. If anything, maybe a touch of movement to the left, but not really a look where you want to give the hole away. Right edge at most. Min-ji is not making any mistakes. Unfortunately for Park, she's had too many loose short irons and wedges. And by far and away, this is the longest par putt she's had today, and she's had a couple already to stay within 1. Just a little bit too firm. And that's the 4th bogey of the day. It's going to be at least a bogey. For Suji. It's also a putt for par. All the putts we've seen from this section of the green. Only Hong Jung-min's read it right, really. Just have to say it's right on the left edge, maybe just outside left. There's always a fear that's going to fall off low, but you just have to trust there's not that much break in it. Started a little bit too far outside and just didn't hit it hard enough. So another 3 putt. CG started the day in a share of third and plummets to a share of 28th at 3 under par. We know she's a tough customer, Park Ju-young. Tenacious competitor. She's going to need to summon all of that tenacity and grit if she wants to preserve hopes of a fairy tale breakthrough victory this week at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. She will be 2 shots back, heading up to the 11th tee. Just starting to slip away from her a bit. Still very much in the picture, but she needs to start finding some birdies this Sunday afternoon as Park Min-ji leads by 1 at this stage of the back 9 at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. And the par 3 11th, seen a lot of 3 putts on this 142-meter hole, and that is predominantly due to this big green, 40 yards deep. The pin's in the back left section today, and there is a big spine right in the middle of the green, where if you miss that right, 2-putt is certainly no guarantee. This 11th hole has played as the 3rd hardest hole in this year's CELLTRION Queen's Masters. We see it time and time again out here at Seoul-hae-won. It's not so much about just hitting greens here. You have to be in the correct sections of greens, or your putter and your nerves are going to get rather frayed by the end of your journey around this par 72 layout. Back left pins set up nicely for Park Min-ji. She can just start it. The golf cart's parked at the back of the green. Predominantly a draw player. Just sets up a little bit right. Just let it sling around. The slope will help. Not going to start feeding. Yes, it is. Here it comes. Superb from Park Min-ji. Starting to find her range, starting to look comfortable. I've said it for years now, she is one of the best front runners in women's golf, and she gets a lead on Sunday. Very rarely does she let it up. Go ahead to Hong Jung-min now. Good amount of movement from the right here for Jung-min. This is to get to 8 under par. It's so hard to convince yourself that it will move that much. Keeps her at 7. For Hyun Kyung, birdies falling all around her. She cannot afford any mistakes if she wants her 5th KLPGA Tour title this week. Just coming off that birdie at 12. With the tees up on 13, 3 is an absolute must to get to 9 under. And within 1 of Park Min-ji. Got it. 4 birdies on the day for Park Hyun-kyung. It's pretty much the only foot she's put wrong today. Park Ji-young. Heart must be racing, thoughts swirling. She senses it's getting away from her, but when you look at the leaderboard, definitely not out of it. Started a little right, needs to come around. And that's not where you want to be on 11. It's the wrong section of the green to be in, and that is 3-putt town. It's been a little bit deflating this Sunday afternoon. It was shaping up to be such a wonderful contest. Officials still out trying to determine the playable state of the golf course, and well, from where I'm sitting in the commentary box, I can tell you it doesn't look very playable right now. Not with the ponding of water and bunkers, and well, some of the greens even getting a little bit waterlogged, and that's still not taking into account the amount of damage, what damage there was from the short hailstorm we had earlier. But the squeegees are out as the course superintendents try their level best to get this golf course in some kind of shape to continue this final round at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters, where Park Min-ji currently leads by 3, seeking a 3rd straight victory at this championship. But still, no news on when or if we're getting any more golf this afternoon. Well, if you're just joining us, unfortunately, weather has caused a suspension in play here in the final round of the CELLTRION Queen's Masters, where we started with a two-way tie at the top. Park Joo-young seeking a breakthrough win in her 266th start. Well, she signaled her intention early, that a birdie at the opening par 5. She shared the lead with Park Min-ji coming into today, and, well, she would share the lead with the two-time defending champion walking off the first green. Matching fours for Min-ji and Park Joo-young. And at the second hole, Joo-young would continue to start in the best possible fashion. Perfect tee shot down the middle, attacking the scary right pin at the par 4, and setting up another birdie. Pedal to the metal early doors for Park Joo-young, who quickly got it to 12 under par and a two-shot lead after a bogey from Park Min-ji. Missed the green to the left, chipped up to here. Well, unfortunately, she would return the shot she gained at the first. So a two-shot cushion for Park Joo-young.
Okay.
And then at the third, Park Min-ji will play a stunning 5-iron to this point and then roll this putt in to halve the deficit at the top. Fast forward up to the 6th hole, and Jung Yoon-ji, coming off a top 10 last week in Cheongna, birdied her first, dropped a shot at the par 3 4th. Green side in 2, and a simple up and down would take Jung Yoon-ji up to 8 under par. And at the 6th, well, it was the beginning of some struggles for Park Joo-young. Missed the fairway with her layup. First putt to there, and, well, a 3-putt bogey. Back-to-back drop shots would send her back into a share of the lead with Park Min-ji. And then at the 9th, Hyun Kyung, two-time KLPGA championship winner, found a birdie to open her account at the 6th, and then played a magnificent iron shot, using the slopes and contours of these greens beautifully, setting up a birdie look from right around 5 feet. Go on to pop that one in to make the turn in 34. And then Hwang Jung-mi, who turned in 34 as well, birdied the 10th. And then that was that was Park Hyun Kyung. That was a birdie at the 13th to go along with her birdie at 12, taking her to 9 under par. And Park Joo-young will continue her struggles. Bogeys at 9, 10, and that a 3-putt at 11. Her hopes of a breakthrough title slowly slipping through her fingers. The task got even harder. Park Min-ji would extend her lead with a brilliant birdie at the 3rd hardest hole on the golf course. Finally back into red figures for the day, and a 2-shot cushion for Park Min-ji. At the 12th, Joo-young would start to resuscitate her charge. That was a birdie, and it was much needed for Park. After bogeys at 9, 10, and 11, that got her back to 8 under par, within 3 shots of Park Min-ji. So momentum squarely in her corner in the group ahead. Jung Yoon-ji drove it to here. That was for eagle. Just carrying a little bit too much pace. But she would convert the comeback of her birdie to get to 9 under par. It was getting awfully crowded in a share of second at 9 under. Joo-young, after that birdie at 12 with the on 13T, and with the tees moved up today, produced easily the best shot we've seen into this par 4. A stunning tee shot. An eagle putt that she would not get to hit because the heavens would open. Lightning would threaten overhead. We were called off the golf course, but not before Park Min-ji produced a fine up and down after driving it to that spot. He'd rush up, get the putter up, tap that one in for a second birdie in 3 holes. And Park Min-ji had it to 12 under par and a 3-shot lead just before the hooter went. So much drama, so much uncertainty all throughout Sunday. And well, it was right around the time where referees just had to let the players know that there was not going to be any more action for the foreseeable future at Seol Hae-won's Legends course. So it's been a lengthy wait back in the clubhouse, and 2 hours for these players. A lot of time to ponder, to reflect, to get a little snack, and right as they were heading back out the golf course and the lightning cleared, well, we had some hail. Why not start to pelt these pristine fairways and greens? After that big thunderstorm caused some ponding of water in some of the bunkers. You can see that these are live pictures of Seol Hae-won Country Club. Greens were doused and the course very much rendered unplayable. Just to add to the drama of this final round here at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters, where Park Min-ji currently leads by 3. We continue to wait for some kind of decision to be made here at Seol Hae-won. Let's get back to some more action from earlier today. Ji-young from the wrong side of the slope on 11. Really not much you can do. Just try and snuggle it up to somewhere you can make a putt. That's not stone dead, but it's reasonable. The putting tip certainly has abandoned her over the last hour or so. The par 5 14th. Jung-min. Jung-mi, excuse me. Getting the distance wrong there. Coming up short, just off the back of an eagle too at the 13th. 3 players currently tied at 9 under par. Jung Min-ji, she's had a couple of chances, just hasn't taken them. It's a nice even number here, 130 coming up the hill on 12. Certainly not her best iron shot by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to get a little help from the slope at the back of the green. That is well below par for a player of her caliber. Park Gi-yeol, one-time winner of the Seok-yeong Network's Ladies Classic back in 2018. Oh, absolute dart there. That should be a 4 for Park Gi-yeol. Runner-up at the KLPGA Championship at Lakewood, Lee Daeon, a couple of months ago. Yewon trying to muscle one up there into the 12th, and well, muscle it up there she does. Well, we haven't seen any live golf for the last 2 hours or so. First it was lightning, then it was hail. Players were called into a meeting a little bit earlier to take a vote to see what they wanted to do next. And well, they're running out. Is that back up to the golf course, or is that to the players' lounge for a little bit more waiting? Still going to wait with bated breath to see what decision has been made at Silhaywon. I understand that we are going to be going on CELLTRION Queen's Masters, which is good news, but is the golf course in playable shape? That is now the million-dollar question. You can see there's quite a bit of water in that greenside bunker, but the tournament committee and officials have determined that indeed the golf course is okay for play. There is no danger from inclement weather up ahead. And if sources are to be believed, well, we should be getting play underway as soon as possible. Obviously, it's going to take some time to ferry the players back out onto the golf course if all is good. But for the moment, well, we waited 2 hours. I suppose we could just wait a little bit longer this Sunday afternoon. There's a lot of furrowed brows and head scratching as players look to the skies here. Incidentally, the KLPGA website has listed this final round as cancelled, but that doesn't look very cancelled to me. Players, caddies, officials, staff, and the brave few spectators who remain are starting to make their way out onto the golf course, and Park Ju-young has had well over 2 hours to pour over that eagle putt. And it's a putt that would take her back to within 2 shots of Park Min-ji. Had a little bit of everything in this final round, and unfortunately for Kim Soo-ji, just hasn't included any birdies for last year's Player of the Year. It really is a race out to the golf course and to complete this rather extended final round now. Lee So-mi, you haven't talked too much about her. She's already made 7 birdies against a lone bogey today. She has 5 holes left to play. She's at 9 under par. Again, one of those players that started on the 5th hole. Now, the only question, and again, this is just one of those times when you have to roll with the punches in golf for Park Ju-young, is how much damage has that brief sort of 15-minute hailstorm done to the greens here at Seolhae-won. Now, they have worked tirelessly to try and get this golf course back into shape, into playable shape for these ladies. And for Ju-young, it's a downhill putt that moves a little left, so it's not a putt that you want to attack. But again, with all that saturation that sort of soaked these greens for the better part of the last 90 minutes or so, how has that affected the pace? How have the hailstones caused some imperfections in her line? Again, in golf, you can only control the things that, well, you can control. So right now, that's trying to read the line right and put the best possible stroke on it. A couple of players just trying to stretch out and stay loose. A lot of deep breaths. She did tap in her birdie 3 just before the suspension of play. Kim Jae-hee. Rain pants come off. It's turned into a lovely evening for golf here in South Korea. Now that the worst of the weather has passed us by. Just approaching 4:30 p.m. local time. Hyun Kyung, blemish free on the day, 4 under par, but didn't manage to birdie the par 5 14th. Just about trying to get back into that competition mindset. These players, Soo-ji playing for pride, Park Ju-young playing for a lot more than that. I wonder if the hailstones do any damage to that beautiful Mercedes-Benz on display at the back of the 17th tee. She's so young, I haven't seen too much of her today. He seems to win events in even-numbered years, so the fact that we are in 2023 doesn't bode so well for Lee So-young. So everyone is in position. Expect there will be a hooter sounding to signal the resumption of play as soon as possible. It's quite an interesting little sort of practice station that Park Ju-young has worked herself up between 2 sprinklers, trying to match up the length of her backswing and follow through. Some good thinking there. Park Gale's first swing back is going to be at the par 3 16th. Yunji and Ye1 stretching out, trying to stay loose as referees get back into position to blow the hooter for what we hope will be the final time this Sunday afternoon at Seoul 1. Would you like to come back out like Lee Jung-min, Hong Yo-min and Hung Jung-min on one of the hardest holes at the golf course all week long? The brutal for 15th. So each player just trying to go into their little bubble, trying to stay focused, get themselves ready to go. Hyun Kyung, as she always does, staying loose, staying limber. I suppose the question is, hypothetically speaking, while we wait for everyone to get back into position and referees to blow the hooter, would you rather play the tee shot on 15 as your first shot coming back, or the second shot from the fairway? I'm almost inclined to say rather be on the tee box, then you can sort of peg the ball up. It's almost like first tee jitters when you're off a tight, damp fairway. Maybe just a little bit trickier. Minji is just waiting up by the side of the green. I'm sure big sister Park Hee-young is watching somewhere in the world. Park Joo-young, 32 years of age. Traveled veteran on tour. He's so young. Just wants this round to end. It's been a bit of a poor afternoon for So Young. Still just waiting a little while for the all clear sign from the tournament committee and the rules officials, and hopefully play will get back underway in just a few minutes. Sounded like a hooter. Wasn't the most convincing sounding one, but we'll take it as a sign nonetheless. And well, 2 hours and 20 minutes after we got dragged off the golf course. We're back on. And for Park Joo-young, a huge putt that she has had an inordinate amount of time to ponder about. That tee shot she hit, that majestic tee shot she hit into this drivable 13th. Seems like a lifetime ago. But she'll come back to this eagle opportunity to vault herself right back into the picture. It's going to move to her left. Will it move her within 2 of Park Min-ji's lead? Hangs right. It's only going to be a birdie, so there'll be back-to-back threes for Park Joo-young. And now that means there are 6 players in a share of second at 9 under par, but Park Min-ji's lead is going to be 3 with 5 holes left to play. It's one of those times if you're Park Joo-young, you feel like the world's conspiring against you. You finally start to build a little bit of momentum, and then you get called off the golf course for 2.5 hours. You know, back up to 15, and Park Hyun-kyung getting set to play her second. She's one of those 6 players at 9 under par, and she's going to be coming out of the rather moist rough now at this long par 4. Pick that one nicely. She likes it. Oh. For pretty good reason. That is a majestic golf shot. Just stay on the right side of the fall line. Oh, brilliantly played from Park Hyun-kyung. Yeah, Kim Soo-ji. No birdies on the card today. This is for 1 in a row, let's call it. Hey, she's got one. Worth the wait, I suppose, for Kim Soo-ji. Back inside the top 25. Jung Yun-ji hit on 14, just looking to lay up here. Move herself a nice comfortable yardage in. Flag in the front, you really want to be coming out of the fairway, leave yourself maximum spin control. That's good. First look of the day at Lee So-mi. Well, on the golf course anyway, saw a bit of her in the Players' Lounge. She's 5 under for the day. Bunkered at the 18th. Oh, that one grabbed a little quick. You know, sometimes when you're coming back after a bit of rain, you're just guessing as far as the texture of the sand. Obviously a lot heavier, a lot denser. On Jung-mi at the 16th. Briefly headed to 9 under par. A couple of bogeys at 14 and 15 has slipped her back down to 7. And that is a brilliant tee shot at 16, and that's going to be all but guaranteed birdie 2. Year one. Also playing 14 as a three-shotter. Like John UG, leaving it handy in the right section of the fairway. So with the landing pad clear, Minji and company set to tackle this downhill par 5, and for Park Ju-young, she's driven the ball well. This is in range, but with soggy fairways, can she get that forward kick, which would make this a two-shotter for her? She cannot afford to lay back here if she wants to win. This is a little bit right. How's that bounce going to be? It's going to try. Yeah, it's just the moisture in the fairways. That's easily cost her a good 20, maybe 30 yards of extra release, which is probably right on the fringes of getting a 3-wood to the green. And those clouds overhead do not look very pleasant at all, do they? As the championship leader by 3 steps up on 14 tee. Somi at the 18th. We still will have 4 holes to play after this. Started on the 5th tee today. This to get to double digits under par. Great effort, but only a par at the 18th. Got 4 holes to play. Year one's 3rd to the 14th. Again, that pin, just 8 on from the front. See how receptive the greens are going to be after that downpour. Fairly receptive, that's good. Which is just on the top side of the cup. So a putt that she'll have to exercise a little bit of caution with. Yunji. Just 3 yards closer. Oh, that is sublime underneath the cup. She's not out of it. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Strange things can happen down the stretch in golf tournaments. Yeah, Lee So-young on the 15th. It was an excellent second shot to put her in this position. Still a lot of money and valuable points to play for this week. Bit of right to left in this for a birdie to move her up to 5 under par. Never really threatened the cup for Lee So-young. So settle for a par. But for Park Hyun-kyung, all the memories of the opportunities she let slip by could be erased with one fell swoop here. She's already seen that the greens are a little bit slower, obviously, after the rain. Having seen So-young's putt. This moves a little from her right. This would move her to 10 under par. And this has been the 2nd hardest hole throughout the tournament. She too just coming up shy. A golden opportunity to find a rare 3 at 15. Falls by the wayside for Hyun Kyung. Terrific tee shot from Hwang Jung-mi. A simple birdie too. And she'll move into solo 8th at 8 under par. Year 1. So a few players have chances to get to 10 under. I think one, if not both of these ladies, are moments away from getting to that mark. Year 1 first, ENG in much closer. Okay, pause that one in over the front edge. Well, that's going to be a pair of birdies for Lee Year-won. In 2 of Park Min-ji. And for what you feel will be about 45 seconds before she's joined at that mark by Jung Yoon-ji. Hyun Kyung. These softer greens, players have to adjust their strategies. You're not going to get as much release with these tee shots, so you're going to have to try to fly it a little bit closer to the hole. It looks to be a 5-iron perhaps for Park Hyun-kyung. It's the longest iron she carries in her bag. That was a 6-iron she had earlier and she's gone to a 5, or it was a 5-iron, she's just dropped to a 6. She does have one of the lower ball flights on the KLPGA tour. So maybe just try and drop it back in the stance a little bit. Oh, it's a 7-iron. It's going to be a big 7-iron for Park Hyun-kyung from 145 in these conditions. Got a big hop, but that was at least a club and a half short for Hyun Kyung, playing for the adrenaline that, well, simply just wasn't there. Hyun-ji now to join Lee Year-won at 10 under par. Well done indeed, Jung Yoon-ji. She's starting to find her game and peak just at the right time with Rainbow Hills and the Korean Women's Open on the horizon next week. So, 3 players in this group electing to lay up on 14. Just a bridge too far for Park Ju-yong to consider going for it in 2. Just this section of the golf course does offer up quite a number of birdies, so 12, 13, 14. And Min-ji will know that. Still comfortably ahead by 2 shots. You see that pin just 9 from the front edge. These softer conditions. I'd be really disappointed if you're one of these 3 players and you don't hit it inside of at worst 10 feet. They are so good with their wedges. Well, they don't seem to be in a great hurry to play these 3rd shots. Kim Soo-ji, not known for waiting about. She's going to take a swipe at this. Getting off her first birdie of the day, back at the 13th. thing she's got to be careful about is too much spin here. It does put a lot of zip on these types of shots with her speed. This gets it to stick, and it's more of the Kim Soo-ji that we expected to see early doors today. And for Park Min-ji, she'd love to produce a carbon copy of that shot. Much higher, and not her best, but does have an uphill look. Yeah, Park Ju-young, there's a glimmer of hope here. From where she is, much further up than her two playing partners. You don't produce as much spin, but with these soft greens, the ball's still going to stop pretty quickly, so doesn't have to worry about backing this one back up off the front of the green. That's just a little clumsy. It's more than a little clumsy. She's hit it in the one spot she couldn't afford to. Down that collection area and snuggles up against the secondary cut of rough for Park Ju-young. Jung Yun-ji, she's right in it with Lee Ye-won. Yun-ji not stone dead on 14. The sense if one of them can find a way to birdie 15, that could be a whole new ball game. Can't entertain the thought of taking on that right fairway, surely. Jung Yun-ji, she has absolutely pummeled that one. That is up the right fairway. It's a huge hit in these conditions. In heavy air, after a thunderstorm, soft fairways. Plenty of confidence. Surely looking left here. Friendly kick back onto the fairway, and it's going to stay there. Hwang Yo-min. It's a little bit sunnier where Yo-min is on the 15th. Up on the green. This for a 3. Stay up. Oh, it will. Delightful putt there from Hwang Yo-min. Get into a share of 8th at 8 under par. A bit slow to start making birdies, but there she is with a third of the day. Lee Ji-hyun 3 on the 18th. One of those players went for this green in 2, and oh, say it in. So that's an eagle 3. A sandy eagle 3 nonetheless. Lee Ji-hyun 3. No drop shots today for her. Up at 6 under par. Now, Park Ju-young had the putter out earlier. Now got a sand wedge. Just tough to judge. And that one's got to go. It's, well, that might be her tournament there for Park Ju-young. I don't think the delay hurt anyone more than her. Perhaps Park Hyun-kyung, you could say. There'll be a lot of head-scratching what-ifs as players leave Seoul Haewon this evening. Hyun-kyung from quite a long ways away for birdie will have, well, a long ways away for par. could really assert her position at the top of the leaderboard if she can find a way to hit this hard enough to get her lead back to 3. Yeah, good positive stroke. Should be a relatively straightforward par and should preserve that 2-shot cushion. The front 9, the lonely figure of Lee So-mi. Good shot now from 60 meters. Pins on the front and gets the yardage wrong there. Ju Young for her par to stay at 9 under. And the wind has gone out of the sails of Park Ju Young. That is very much it, you feel, for her. The wait for her first title is going to go on. Par putt now for Hyun Kyung. She's only got 2 holes to play, can't afford to drop any. And the contenders are starting to slip away one by one. Suji, she's going to make back-to-back birdies here. Trying to pinch as much money as possible out of this 1.2 billion won prize pot. Yeah, well done, Kim Suji. Back inside the top 20. Remember, started the day in a share of 3rd. Fell outside of the top 30 at one point. Year 1 second into 15. So it is possible to get it close to this right pin. Tug left. Is it going to hold on to the back edge of the green? Yeah, it sneaks back on. That's okay. As I've come to say a lot this week, it's not a guaranteed 2-putt. Stick this one in close to apply some pressure to the leader behind. That's not a great iron shot. And that's even further off, further away than Lee Yo-won's. Practiced this putt thousands of times before. Lock the shoulders, keep that face square. Yes, ma'am. Min Ji leads by 2. 4 holes left to play. A bit like Park Min Ji, So-mi really hasn't had too much to smile about through the first 10 events of the year, but she's finding some form at a good time. It's a makeable chip here at 1. Just needed a little extra speed. Go to bed tonight, spare a thought for Park Ju Young. He would have been on top of the world standing on the 3rd tee today. Right now it feels like the walls are closing in on her. So that's so close, but not get across the line one more time. It's got a sting. noticed that under pressure, Jung Yoon-ji's misses tend to be those sort of over-the-top squeeze pulls. You do end up hitting it a little bit left and a little bit further on. Now she's coming up a gentle rise here. So the first two-thirds of this putt going to be pretty slow coming up that slope. Then it just flattens out as it gets up to that plateau where the pin is. But as is the mantra that the players have said all week long, this is all about pace. Superbly judged from Jung Yoon-ji. 4 is good here at 15. Yoon-ji right now, what number do you take in the clubhouse? Bearing in mind you've got the hardest hole in the golf course, the par 4 17, still yet to play. Got a par 5 to come. Do you take 11 under? Or do you hope for something better? You just feel 10 under is just not going to do it with Minji in the mood that she's in the final group. A couple of big tee shots to negotiate for Minji. Going to work very hard on her driving in the off-season. See if it stands up to the pressure here. So far, it looks to be so good. That's perfect. Juyong still cruising along inside the top 10 right now. That's a good size paycheck. She closes in on the 2 billion won career earnings mark. Trying to take it up the left fairway. Will find the bunker, but that's okay. She's far enough back in it where the lip's not going to be a bother for the 32-year-old. Year one. Kind of similar-ish putt to Jung Yoon-ji's, i.e. it comes up that little rise and then just sort of peters out as it hits the top of that plateau. That one a little tentative from year one. No drop shots on the card today for Lee. So we'll have to keep things that way as we go back up ahead to 16 and Hwang Yo-min with dreams of a late little run here just to get to 9 under. Hard break from the right, goes downhill somewhere about there. Well, that is a very poor putt from Hwang. These greens are tricky to judge pace-wise at the best of times. You factor in the water on them from the downpour earlier, and it's a rather challenging task indeed. Year one. While other contenders start to slide away around her, she does not want to relinquish a shot here on 15. Many have, or she succumbed too. No, she won't. Center cup. Perfect pace. Year one stays tied with Jung Yoon-ji. Jung-min, back edge of 16. And 30-footer to join Yeowon and Yoonji. Ooh, it thought about it, didn't it? A really good roll from Hong Jung-min. Remember, 9 straight pars to start. That would have been for a 4th birdie on the back 9. She'll have to stay at 9 under par. So Minji now. Anything on the green she will take very happily here. So probably the friendliest pin position you'll see on this par 4 as well. Ooh, skirts the bunker, and as that rolled back into it, it did just get tangled up in the rough. You'd much rather be in the rough there. So a long bunker shot out of wet sand to that kind of pin is not what you need. She's glad she's got a 2-shot lead right now. And well, Park Ju-young's got a hybrid club out of this fairway bunker, and the fact that the sand is a bit more dense and compacted here does make this shot a little bit easier. Firm based, just like picking it off baked out mud. It's important to keep your spine angle here. Try and stay nice and tall through it. Sounded like it came off a little bit thin. That is not bad at all for Park Ju-young. Is that high enough up where it's going to start working its way back? It's not, but that's okay. Yeomin now for a par. For a woeful birdie attempt from long range. And another 3-putt here at CELLTRION. And it's going to be a second drop shot of the afternoon for Hwang Yeomin, still inside the top 10. And the par 3 16th, last of the short holes at the Legends course. Much like the other 3 par 3s on this terrific layout. Massive green, a real challenge. Finding the correct section, absolutely pivotal. Must be on that upper level of the 2-tiered green to leave yourself a decent look. The pin today on that packed shelf, 23 from the front and 14 from the left. Much like 11, there's that spine in the middle of the green, the shoulder at the back section. If you're on the right side of it, that could leave you a lot of work to do for a 2-putt. Now, Jung Yoonji, if anything, miss this pin left. She really went after that one. She's caught it fat.
자,
Also
그리고
looks like she's
선수
caught
플레이할
that
때 좀
bunker.
이동 좀 멈춰주세요. 이동 멈추세요.
So par becoming a little bit tricky for Jung Yoonji. Year 1. I have to think this has to be a 6-iron for year 1. It's a 7-iron surely. Is it going to get there? I've been wrong before. It is a 7. She allowing for a little bit of adrenaline coursing through those veins. Just try to give that a little extra welly. She's on the surface of the green, and that's okay. Hyun Kyung hit at the formidable 17th. right pin today on this 373-meter par 4, and that's a bit unlucky. Just gets matted up in the second cut of rough. She has one of the best short games on tour. Now Minji, from where she's standing, it looks like that's just on the outside of the bunker in the rough face. Obviously can't quite see it from this camera angle. But she's going to have to run it along a knife edge to get this one close. Now in the bunker she was. And that is a very well played shot from an awkward spot. Really as good as she could do. Well, Suji, slightly simpler than Minji, but still has to contend with trying to run this along the top of that ridge line. And that one just popped straight up on her. And that's another poor shot from Kim Suji today. Young, the back edge of the green. The short game really has been a bit of a letdown today for her. Treading it well. A couple of loose wedge shots, but just hasn't been able to execute good shots around the greens. And she's had to work for almost every par she's had today. What we learned from Leo Wan's putt from the back of the green in line with the flag is it's a little bit slower than players think. Well, she had the putter a second ago, but she's just handed it back to the caddy. What could be the play here? Sort of straight face club like a 9-iron. Try and chip it into the flat and have it releasing up the hill. Yeah, it looks like it, because it's certainly not the wise shot to try and stun a low spinning lob wedge into the face, and that's just an unnecessary shot. So it is what looks to be a short iron. Old school chip and run for Park Ju-young at 15. Yeah, very nicely worked out. Good execution. Still tying up to do. Long bunker shot out here. Oh, that was unlucky. Just pitches on the downslope, skips on a little bit. Paying the price for a poor swing off the tee. Hyun-kyo, ball well below her feet, but sitting up okay in this rough. Just want to land this on the downslope. Everything should feed on down to that pin position. Didn't quite toss it up high enough, but that's manageable within 10 feet. She's only 20 years old and her sophomore season on tour, but she does play like a veteran. This is the best place to sort of miss a tee shot, as it were. Putting back up the hill through the shadows for birdie. Again, just a little tentative with speed. She has played some rock-solid golf today. Shi and Jung-min, the only two players in the top 10 on the leaderboard, who have yet to drop a shot today. Park Min-ji's already dropped 2. And she's got this one to avoid a late bogey on 15. Oh, in the jaws. But one roll short. She's keeping things interesting for us, Park Min-ji. Anything but over yet this championship. So Somi on the far side of the golf course. Made her par at the first. But she finishes on the 4th hole, so 3 holes left to play. 44 left into the second. Water on the right. But Somi just going to fall off on the far side of that ridge. About a 30-foot birdie putt left for the 5-time KLPGA Tour winner. For her part at 16. She's dropping a shot. She's still in the picture, but this one's got to go. Made a couple of great saves today, but that's not going to be one of them. How expensive is that bogey going to be for Jung Yun-ji? Bogey. Perhaps there's a glimmer of hope for Park Chu-young. Still would take a miracle. Might need to run the tables. That's a nice up and down at 15. In-kyung has spent a fair amount of time looking at this one on the 17th for par. It's just later in the day, about 5:20 local time here in South Korea. You've got some shadows encroaching. You've had some moisture on the greens. The light's starting to fade. Tough to pick out the subtle nuances of the breaks around these cups. And it's a pair of late bogeys for Park Hyun-kyung. Her race certainly run. This is the great thing about the finish here at Seoul-hae-won. The birdies are bountiful through that middle stretch of the back 9, and then it starts to get tight. And it starts to really be a test of concentration and execution over these closing holes. Park Ji-young. She somehow muster up a bit of magic here on 16. That's pretty good. It's going to release away to the left. And onto the lower level for Park Ju-young, just a little bit more, and that would have been up on the correct plateau. Somi up and over this little rise for a birdie at the second. Lackluster as far as pace goes. Jung-min had to drop a shot today. It's a big tee shot on 17 to only have 160 left. Up you come. Will it start to work its way down? No, and that's going to be another quick third shot left for Hong Jung-min. Minji into the setting sun on this par 3. Can she find the upper level? A little bit too strong through the back, and she's going to have to chip or putt it over that back mound. Stick around, folks. This is not done by any stretch of the imagination. ENG leads by 1. Year 1. 2 holes to play. Doesn't feel maybe the 9 unders still have a prayer here. Minji still in control of the championship, albeit in a slightly sticky situation at the par 3 16th. This is Park Min-ji, who leads by 1. It looks simple on your screens, but this is anything but for Park Min-ji. Going to chip this one. I like this play, landing on the downslope. You want a little check on that first or second bounce. Everything should trundle on down to the hole. Oh, superbly played for Park Min-ji. Really as good as she could do from that situation. The putter is going to be asked a big question in the next couple of minutes for Park Min-ji. To preserve a one-shot lead over Lee Ye-won. Ye-won in the penultimate group, ahead on 17. Hong Jung-min, who's up on 17 green, is a similar kind of shot, landing on the downslope. Everything just feeds down, collects to this right hole location on the par 4. Nicely played. Very good bit of touch there. Still seeking a first stroke play title on the KLPGA Tour. It does have 1 win, but that was the Match Play Championship in 2022. Park Ji-young. Park Ju-young up the hill on 16 from the lower level. Got to give this one a chance. Got to get it to the hole, and she hasn't. Hwang Jung-mi on the 18th. Third shot now. Just coming off a bogey at 17. But that's not going to hold on 18. Just releasing on a little bit for Hwang. Yep. Very much looks like a solid top 10 finish for Jung-mi this week at the CELLTRION Queens as Hwang Jung-min cleans up for her part. All right. Have you still got it, Min-ji? For a par to stay 1 in front. Extra deep breath there. She knows the importance of this. Nerves of steel. There's a lady who's got 16 KLPGA Tour titles and is the front runner for a 17. She leads by 1 with 2 to play. Park Gi-yeol. Also third shot coming into this 18th. Only 34 meters left. Just releasing on a smidge too far. Couple of bogeys round the turn, but other than that, Park Gi-yeol 3 under for the day. Pair of 70s to open. Cruising for another top 10. Kim Soo-ji. Almost feels like the forgotten player of this final 3-ball. It's to stay 3 over for the day and 4 under for the tournament. Okay, nicely hold. She'll stay inside the top 25 with that up and down. Certainly not one of the quicker players on the KLPGA Tour, Park Ju-young. meticulous in which the manner in which she approaches the game, her preparation. She knows as well as anyone, every shot counts out here on the play for pay ranks. So a par putt to keep her in a share of 6th. Okay, good 2-putt. The 17th, how had Jung Yun Ji and the year 1 managed so far? Well, a pair of them in the fairway, which is always a good start. The question is, can you find that back right corner of the green where the pin is today? The year 1's got hybrid. She trails by 1. Just through the back, that well stays in the first cut of rough, but she's going to have a very similar shot to the one that Park Hyun Kyung had, albeit from a slightly better lie. Yunji, the 5-iron. Just going to stay on the right edge of the green, but that's a far simpler up and down than the one that the one has. Hwang Jung-mi for a closing birdie, and this will get her up into a tie for 6th. So quite a bit of cash riding on this putt. Just falls a little right at the end, but it's been a good week's work for Hwang Jung-mi. She'll end inside the top 10 to the penultimate tee in Park Ju-young. Realistically, she can find 1 birdie in the last 2 holes here. That'll get into a share of 3rd. It's just a little extra heat in that tee shot. It's been a frustrating last couple of hours for the 32-year-old. She'll be back. She's too good a player to not win on the KLPGA Tour. Now, Gale for a birdie. And this will move her up just outside the top 5 in a share of 6th. This for a round of 68. Oh, well done, Park Gale. Bogeys at 9 and 10, but 4 birdies in her last 7 holes. Another terrific week for Park. Right up and down at 16, Minji. It's by 1 with 2 to play, but she's given this the side eye because that's a quick one up the left, and ooh, as it caught that fairway bunker, it's going to make things a little bit unpleasant for your championship leader. Her quest for a 17th KLPGA Tour title and a 3rd win in a row at this championship. Hasn't been the day that Park Hyun Kyung was looking for, certainly not the back 9 that she was expecting. But she's going to give it a go in 2 at this shortened 18th. That It's a nice kick, and that's just going to roll onto the green. So an eagle putt for Park Hyun-kyung. Now back at 7 under, but well, 2 putts there. She'll join the group at 8 under. Year one with Minji in trouble back down the fairway. This up and down could be huge. Got to send it far enough left and trust that that slope's going to feed it back right. Oh, spectacular. Really well played from Lee Year One, but the task isn't complete just yet. Lee Ji-hyun 3 saw her hole out for eagle. Saw Jin. It's a birdie putt at the third. 2 holes left to play. Down the slope, moving left. Great effort. Jung Yun-ji. It's actually a makeable chip from here, straight up the hill. Try to play a little low chip and run. It had the line. It's so difficult to free up the tension in your shoulders and your upper body and your hands. In the heat of battle on Sunday, see a lot of putts, and in that case a chip, come up short. So neat. Upper level of this third green for a birdie in the waning sunlight on the far side of the golf course. Lee So-mi gets to 10 under par, and is there going to be a late little change in the script here? How about that? 8 birdies today for Lee So-mi, just the par 3/4 left to play. Now Hyun-kyung to end her round in stylish fashion. Bogeys at 16, 17 for an eagle at the last. It's not going to be for Park Hyun-kyung. I'll tell you what, Lee So-mi, if she can somehow find a birdie at the 4th, it's still anyone's game. We've already had so much drama today, I don't think my heart could take a playoff. Year one must have this to stay at 10 under par, now in a share of second with So-mi. And the leader Park Min-ji in the fairway bunker back down on the left hand side of 17. Nails, absolute nails for Leo 1. Great up and down. The scorecard stays clean. She stays at 10 under par. The shortened 18th to come for the 20-year-old. For Park Hyun-kyung, it's going to be another solid top 10 finish for the 4-time Tour champion. It's going to be a 2-putt birdie that finishes her up at 8 under par. Those late bogeys at 16 and 17 ultimately proving to be her undoing. And Jung Yun-ji, well, she cannot be out of it yet, especially if this one drops. She'll definitely be able to reach 18 and 2. No, and that one just never hit with any sort of pace or conviction. Barring a miracle, that's the end of Jung Yun-ji's charge for a second KLPGA Tour title. 178 left, can't get it there, so just has to try to lay it up down the left-hand side, which he's done. She's really put herself under some serious pressure. Seol Hae-won's demanding closing stretch. How gutted do you feel if you're Park Ju-young right now, watching this slow capitulation from Park Min-ji? You just get the sense you're just one swing away from something magical happening. Just running out of holes to do it though. 162 left for Park Ju-young, and this one just turning over a touch. Needs a soft bounce. He gets it. And it's going to be a rather lengthy birdie putt. Suji last to go. Lovely tee shot for Kim. Sounded a little bit thin there from Kim Suji, and yeah, just a weak push out short right into the green side bunker. So things are reaching a crescendo at this marathon Sunday at Seol Hae-won. Park Min-ji still leads by one, but a late birdie from Lee So-mi sees her join Lee Hae-won at 10 under par, just one shot back with one hole to play for both of them. Min-ji unable to get to the green in 2 on 17. Will have to find a way to escape with another par if she wants to stay one clear. One back on the par 5 18th, possibly one birdie away from making things very, very interesting.
Sure.
That's in good position.
자, 플레이했습니다.
Appears to be some cabbage that Hong Jung-min has found herself in. Gosh, she's almost waist deep in some of that stuff. Poor layup to be in this spot. How far she advanced that. In front of the green, not bad from that position. Jung-in-ji. Covers the corner with ease from that forward tee box at the 18th.
아니, 이거 남아?
Sony out. No one else is. Finishing on the 4th hole. She trails by 1. If she can get that all the way to the back section of this big green, well, she has. Is it Gonna just settle down. No, just through the back, but it's okay. Better there than being in the middle and that lower ridge. She's put quite the charge on this Sunday afternoon, but this is the lady they're trying to catch. She's given them plenty of opportunities. This her third now to the par 4 17th. That was a little clumsy. Poor shot after poor shot from Park Min-ji. Only moments away from seeing a three-way tie at the top of the board. Sargin alongside Lee So-mi. So having a very fine final round here. She's 5 under par and bogey free. That was probably the worst shot she's hit all afternoon. It's going to be an unsavory little shot. She left herself pitching over the high part of the slope. Now Hong Jung-min, 4th shot to the 18th. Ample green to work with here. And the par for her round, no bogeys on the day. And it's pretty well judged. She'll up for 69. And that will set the clubhouse target at 9 under par. Park Ju-young. Really the last throw of the dice here, and it's going to come from some 50 feet at the 17th. Lefter, righter, down a slight plateau. Pace was very well judged on that one. You never stop learning, do you? She'll be disappointed after this week, but she will take some lessons learned, and she talked a lot about perspective coming into the week now, being a mother. There are more important things in life than getting a silly white ball into a little hole. Now Min-ji made a brilliant par on 16. This would be an even better one on the 17th. Again, it's been the hardest hole of the week here at the Legends course. Park Min-ji, time and time again in her career, she stepped up in moments like these and made some big putts. She's going to need to lean on that final round magic one more time here at the 17th. Lackluster effort. A bogey at 15, a bogey at 17, and now there are 3 at 10 under par. Park Min-ji, Lee Ye-won, and Lee So-mi. Up at the closing hole, Hwang Yo-min, just short of the green in 2, chipping up for her 3rd. And once that takes a chair, the 21-year-old is going to have that to finish in a share of 5th. Lee Jung-min be last to play here. So it's 3 tied at the top at 10 under par. All 3 players on their respective final holes. Who's your money on? Yeah, on Championship Sunday at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. Hwang Yo-min, she's going to ride a good little bit of form into the 2nd major championship of the season. Birdie looked to end her week in a share of 5th at 8 under par. No. Just a little pulley off the putter face. Well, only a par at the last, but a top 10 finish once again for Hwang Yo-min. Park Ju-young back on 17. All that remains for her part to stay at 8 under. Okay, very nice 2-putt there for Park Ju-young. 8 under par, share of 5th right now. Hong Jung-min does this to avoid dropping into that tie for 4th all by herself. Oh no, that could be an expensive bogey for Hong Jung-min. Her only bogey of the day comes at the last. It's a 1 under par, 2 under par round of 70 for Hong Jung-min. That's going to give some money to the likes of Hyun Park, Jung-min Lee, and Park Gi-yeol. Saw Jin is on that 8 under par mark. Must get this one up and down to stay in that share of 4th. Delicate little shot. Had to come over the steepest part of that brow. And there's a little tester left. So, one of 3 players who still hold their destiny in their hands. Lee Ye-won, her second shot into the 18th. She ran away for her maiden victory on Jeju Island. It's a close quarters fight to the finish here at Seoul Haewon. Oh, and that unlucky just lands soft at the front edge. You'd expect she'd be able to get that one up and down. Jung Yoon-ji. A birdie here. Well, that'll move her into 4th all by herself. Just a little left and might have caught that greenside bunker. Somi, she could be first into the clubhouse at 10 under. That's her final hole of the day, the par 3 4th. Back of the green. Just goes drifting a little to the left, and it's going to be at 7-foot putt for the new putter of Lee So-mi. First week she's gone to the arm lock. It's been productive so far. And now back on 18T, final group of the day. Park Ju-young. Longest hitter in this group. Should be able to cover that dog leg, corner of the dog leg I mean. Just don't bite off more than you can chew here, see a ball look like it caught that fairway bunker.
플레이하겠습니다. 찍지 말아주세요.
Well, this closing par 5 has been shortened for the final round. Can play a little bit longer than that, but from the forward tee today, and with a bit of elevation, some of the longer players can carry the very corner of that dogleg. That big waist area up the left-hand side is what you'll have to take on. But if you do manage to peg a good one away, you could leave yourself a shot from under 200 meters in to this par 5. And a couple of players play it as 3-shotters. The landing area for the layup is fairly generous, a rather bulbous portion of the fairway. And the final hole cut today, 18 from the front and just 12 from the left. There's a couple of deep bunkers left and right of the green guarding that narrow entrance. Could we see a last-minute eagle that crowns this year's CELLTRION Queen's Masters champion? She's leaking a bit of oil, but this 18th is definitely a birdie hole for Park Min-ji. Must find the fairway. Quick pick up of the tee should indicate that she's pleased with that. And it's well down the right-hand side though. Hit at the green. Yeah, one. Third shot now. Tied for the lead. Just needs to settle. Needs to settle. Okay. Looks like you want to see a bit of aggression, bit of positivity. Give that one a chance. 6 feet away from a birdie. And a potential clubhouse target. Remember, Lee So-mi on the other side of the golf course can do no better than 10 under par. That's much better touch there. Good little chip and run from Kim Soo-bin. Has not made a cut on tour this year. But she'll cash a check this week at Seoul Hae-won. Now Yoonji, runner-up last week to Choi Hye-jin, going to come up shy again this week. A tufty-looking lie in that right rough. That would have been a spectacular way to win. Not going to be an eagle 3, a guaranteed birdie, which for the moment secures her solo 4th. Sargent at the 4th is to stay at 8 under par. Substantial amount of money riding on this one. She is up to the task. That's a superb up and down to end what has been a very productive day at the office for Seo Er-jin. 67 to close. Ball in hand for Lee Ye-won here. For a closing birdie. This would effectively eliminate Lee So-mi and her title hopes. And ask the question to the lady waiting back in the fairway, Park Min-ji. Can you find a 4 at this final hole? Should just move a little right to take the clubhouse lead and pile the pressure on the 16-time champion. She's got it. She's got it. What a finish from Leo on. Superb up and down on the 17th. A clutch birdie at the 18th. She comes home in 33, signs for a 68. And that is the clubhouse lead. Unfortunately for Lee So-mi, it's not going to be a 6th KLPGA Tour title this week. It is to end her 54 holes at 10 under. No, just falls off, and unfortunately a second bogey of the day is going to mean that's just a 66 for Lee So-mi. Some great playing between Lee So-mi and So Yeon-jung. 66, 67 in that group. Jung Min-ji to end her week at 9 under par. Very well done. Not the finish she was hoping for, but she will take pride in a good week's work. Second last week, tied for third this week. Kim Soo-bin is going to cash her first check of the year. Not the Sunday she was looking for, but perhaps something to build on moving forward. A top 25 finish and her only birdie of what was an otherwise difficult Sunday afternoon. Now Park Min-ji needs a 4 to tie and a 3 to win. Anything else? And well, Leo Won's going to be a first 2-time winner this season. Just needs to thread the gap between those two bunkers and funnel it up to the hole. Is it going to stay up on that plateau? It is. What a shot for Park Min-ji. She can do no worse than fall from there. And I don't know if we have enough daylight for a playoff here. It's going to be very close. But Min-ji will have a putt for the win in just a couple of moments. Now Kim Soo-ji. Up just against the back edge of the bunker. Park Ju-young had no option but to lay up after finding the fairway bunker with her tee shot. Well, she gets it up and down from here. She's going to share third place. Is Leo on signing a winning card? Is she going to be in a playoff? She's done all she can. But it's that lady in the black trousers who has a putt to win. And she gets up on the green. And as I was saying earlier, Park Ju-young and up and down here will be a tie for third. The second top 10 finish in back-to-back weeks. Best finish of the year. It's going to be another close call. Still needs to stick this one in close. It's a little funnel pin. on that top ridge. Everything should collect. We're about 6 feet short, but that's a very poor effort. Tugs it left. She might get lucky. Is it going to catch that little ridge? No, it's not. She looked so steady through most of this final round. Park Min-ji. Bit of a sputtering start. Birdie, bogey, birdie, bogey. And calmed things down, made a great birdie at the 11th, followed it up with a simple up and down at 13 before the heavens opened. Came back, dropped a couple of shots, now finds herself battling. Trailing by one, but with an eagle look at the last. Park Ju-young had dreams of a very different ending to this championship. Began the final round in a share of the lead. You see the leaderboard at the back of this 18th green has been updated with Lee Won's birdie, so Park Min-ji knows the state of the board right now. Kim Soo-ji, first to play her third shot, splashing out of this right green side trap. Just want to carry this about 8 feet on the green. Let it release on from there. Don't need to clip this one and try and spin it. That's kind of summed up the day with Kim Soo-ji, really just not sharp enough. Left herself a lot of work to do early with those bunch of bogeys, and she'll be ready for next week. I'm not pressed to think she's going to have 2 bad weeks in a row. Park Min-ji, an eagle putt on the 18th. This one goes in. She makes history as the 5th woman in history to win the same event 3 consecutive years. This doesn't go in and she 2-putts it. We head to a playoff to further extend what's been a marathon final round at this year's CELLTRION Queen's Masters. Park Min-ji for an eagle and the victory. She hasn't hit it. She hasn't hit it. I would like to have seen her give that a bit more of a run. She rolls that one in. We're going to be hit it to extra time, if you can believe it. Just past 6 p.m. local time here in Seoul-hae-won. By my estimation, we've probably got maybe 15-20 minutes left of daylight. One hanging out by the back of the green, chatting up a storm with Hwang Yo-min. Park Ju-young. This birdie putt. To finish her week with a 73 and a share of 3rd. under day for Park Ju-young. Well, it'll be a top 5 finish for the 32-year-old, her best result of the season. Just never had her best half since that red-hot start. Suji will be a small consolation to roll in a birdie on this final hole. Not going to drop for Kim Suji. That is a rather deflating final round of 75 for the two-time winner in 2022. Anything to chance, Park Min-ji. 2.5 feet will send us into a playoff against Lee Ye-won. So to a playoff we are going to go. Park Min-ji and Lee Ye-won both birdieing the 18th. It's a 71 for Park Min-ji. Lee Ye-won, he's got a chance for a second win of the year. History still alive for Park Min-ji. They both end with a 205 stroke total. Just trying to figure out if we have the time for a playoff here at Seoul-hae-won. It's been quite the day of golf. Had a little bit of everything. Why not a playoff to determine our champion at this year's CELLTRION Queen's Masters? It'll be between Lee Ye-won and Park Min-ji.
어디 계세요? 가서 가이드는
주영 프로님 373774 맞으세요?
네. 칸까지 태워볼게요. 네.
아,
I tell you what, this is the fastest turnaround I've ever seen on the KLPGA Tour, from completion of final round to getting set for a playoff. But I guess that's what fading daylight is going to do to you. Again, the shadows are really starting to lengthen. By my estimation, maybe 15, 20 minutes at best of daylight left. This par 5 18th setup, the way it is, there is the potential that this could go on for a bit. But two ladies left who could yet win this year's CELLTRION Queen's Masters and lift that beautiful trophy, a trophy that has the name of Park Min-ji inscribed on it for the last 2 years. Year one looking for a second win of the season. Min-ji looking for her first and a 17th in her spectacular career. So playoff time. Sudden death will keep going down 18 again and again and again until a winner is decided. It's year one who's won the toss and will be first to go. Hard to say who's got the momentum or the advantage here psychologically, both coming off a birdie on the 18th to get themselves into this situation. Year one with the bogey-free round of golf today. 68 to put her in this position. That is absolutely perfect for the 20-year-old. Splits the fairway. Min-ji under pressure. That driver does tend to miss left. There's a lot of trouble down the left-hand side. That one spanked with authority, and she is matching her 20-year-old playing partner shot for shot here. Now this is a different sight. Normally, no carts allowed, but in the interest of time, they'll hop into the buggies, get down as quickly as they can. Tournament committee and organisers very keen to get a champion crowned on Sunday. Things were looking dicey during the weather delay, but just a little bit more and hopefully we will crown a champion, and what a champion she will be, a worthy one to prevail over this brutal golf course in a wide variety and array of conditions we've seen all throughout the week. ENG, 23 years of age, year one, just 20. And Min-ji, 24 years of age. Year one will be first to go. Good 5 yards behind Min-ji, and she can definitely put some pressure on. She finds the green in two. It's going to heap a ton of pressure onto the shoulders of her more experienced opponent in this sudden death playoff. Slightly above her feet, so it should promote a little right to left ball flight. Not a bad thing into this pin. Oh, that would start at left. Is it holding on? Oh you bet it is. What a shot from Lee Ye-won. Second time of asking. Finds the surface, gets the forward kick she was missing in regulation. Now over to you, Park Min-ji. Absolute laser, right in the perfect spot. She played this hole in regulation. Can history repeat itself? Starting a similar line. Is it turning over? Oh, you bet it is. What a response from Park Min-ji. What a golf shot. A pair of eagle putts in the playoff for Park Min-ji and Lee Ye-won. Still nothing between the two. Have a look at this first to put the pressure on. Last year's Rookie of the Year, showing us why she recorded 13 top 10 finishes in her debut season on the KLPGA Tour. And then Park Min-ji showing us why she's bagged a dozen wins in the last 24 months. If not for the delays and the rapidly depleting daylight, we could watch these two go at it all day long. Someone has to win, someone has to lose, and hopefully that's going to be before the sun sets here at Seoul-hae-won. Just getting towards the bottom of the hour, 6:30 in South Korea. Players marching up to the first playoff green here, the 18th at Seoul-hae-won, and fair play to the tournament committee. Great decision to create some exciting elements on this back nine, moving the tees up on the 13th, making it a drivable par 4, pushing the tees up on this 18th, making it reachable in 2 for pretty much everyone in the field. Ye-won once again will be first to putt. Both ladies putting for eagle. I'm trying to remember the last time an eagle won a playoff on the KLPGA Tour. I'll have to go digging into the records a little bit, but that'd be some way to end what has been a spectacular week at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. So, Ye-won, she knows this one will want to go a little bit left. Again, the playoff situation. Do you take a little break out, try and hit it with a bit more aggressive pace and risk having it roll 5, 6, 7 feet past? Or do you just sort of cozy it up there, guarantee the 4 and let your opponent figure out what to do? This is for eagle. This to heap pressure on Min-ji. It's got a chance. It's got a chance, you know. Oh, what a putt from Lee Ye-won. Looked every bit like it was going to dive in, and it just runs out of pace on the left-hand side. A birdie 4 is the best she can do. Have another look at this. Swings from right to left. Right about there, you're thinking, this looks tasty. And it just falls off on the low lip. And she knew here it looked good. there was an opportunity. And there's about as much emotion as you're going to see out of this young lady. All she can do now is wait and watch. Park Min-ji, for the second time this afternoon, has an eagle putt on the 18th hole to win the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. She's done it, and she's done it in some style. Park Min-ji on the first extra hole, an eagle 3 for a three-peat at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. What a day it's been here at Seoul 1. That was traveling in with some pace. My goodness, Park Min-ji, just as it looked like the tournament was slipping away from her with bogeys at 15 and 17. A hard-charging Lee Won in the group ahead. A birdie to get her into the playoff. An eagle to seal the deal. It was well worth the wait for Park Min-ji, who gets back into the winner's circle courtesy of this spectacular finish. Words cannot describe how impressive this woman is. When the chips are down and the heat is on, Park Min-ji, more often than not, answers the call. Only 5 people have won the same event 3 years in a row. The late, great former KLPGA president, Koo Ok-hee, the South Korean legend who inspired so many. Park Se-ri. Kang Soo-yeon did it in 2002. Kim Hae-rim back in 2018. And now Park Min-ji with a 3rd straight win at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters adds her name to that illustrious list. And she did it in some style. A 3 on the first extra hole for a magic three-peat and the 17th KLPGA Tour title. Many congratulations, Park Min-ji. What a spectacular performance, and what a Sunday here at Seoul 1.
이래야 프로야. 그렇지.
네, 안녕하세요. 감사합니다. 네. 오늘 저도 후반 들어가서 너무 긴장이 많이 돼서 중단됐었잖아요. 그러고 다시 재개됐을 때 긴장이 너무 많이 돼서 좀 속이 울렁거릴 정도로 긴장이 많이 됐던 것 같습니다. 글쎄요, 저도 캐디 오빠한테 꼭 우승이 없는 사람처럼 너무 긴장이 돼서 숨을 쉬기가 어렵다고 말했거든요. 이상하게 왜 이러죠? 그러면서 계속 아니나 다를까 보기를 하더라고요. 네, 그동안 좀 생활이나 골프로 너무 우승을 많이 해서 거기에 좀 심취해 있었던 것 같아요. 그래서 초심을 잃은 것 같아서 그동안 초심을 다시 되찾으려고 노력을 많이 했고 노력한 만큼 나와서 정말 행복합니다. 이 시합이 오기 전까지는 왜 또 안 되지? 치고 또 빠지면 또 안 되네. 계속 이런 마음으로 쳤거든요. 근데 이번 시합 들어오기 전에 지금 현재에만 집중하자. 불안하고 두려운 미래나 아니면 후회스러운 과거 이런 거 생각하지 말고 지금 현재에만 집중하자 해서 밥 먹을 때는 밥 맛있게 먹고 라운드 할 때는 라운드 하고 퍼트 할 땐 퍼트 하고 다시 잘 땐 자고 그렇게만 집중했거든요. 그래서 코스에서도 똑같이 했는데 좋은 성적으로 이어졌습니다. 일단 책이 도움이 많이 된 것 같아요. 그래서 조금이라도 책을 더 읽으려고 노력했고 일기를 한 일주일 전부터 매일 쓰고 있어요. 그래서 좀 긍정적인 면만 바라보려고 노력 많이 했습니다. 네, 양양이 굉장히 멀고 또 비도 오고 번개도 많이 쳐서 사실 위험했어요. 근데 많은 팬분들과 또 팀 MJ분들이 응원을 너무 많이 해주셔서 힘이 나서 그 덕에 우승할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 감사합니다. 일단 아무것도 생각 안 하고 일단 오늘은 씻고 푹 자고 싶어요. 감사합니다.
Well, it was a rather long day at the office, to say the least, but we were ultimately rewarded with a Sunday to remember. Park Min-ji, after Park Ju-young canned a birdie putt on the first hole, she would respond in kind with a birdie of her own. Dropped a shot at the second, and then bounced back in true championship fashion. That a birdie at the third, taking her back to 11 under par and cutting Ju-young's lead to just one. Then at the par 3 11th, the third hardest hole all week long. Well, not for Park Min-ji. A spectacular tee shot to the perfect spot. rolled that one in nicely for a birdie, taking her back to 11 under par, and at that point opening up a 2-shot lead. Then at the drivable 13th, Lee Won would start to make a bit of a move. Birdied her opening hole. It was quiet up to this point. That was an eagle look. A 2-putt birdie got her to 9 under and into a share of second place. Seeking to become the first multiple-time winner in 2023. She still needed a little help from Park Min-ji. Min-ji couldn't quite get it on the green, but a very simple little up and down from the left-hand side got her to 12 under par, stretched her lead to 3, and then, well, had a little interference from Mother Nature. Lightning up ahead, hailstones pelting the green, and some torrential rain that forced the cessation of play for just over 2 hours. And well, there were questions asked whether we would be able to complete play on Sunday, but 2 hours later we were back out on the golf course, and Lee Won wasted no time in getting off the mark. This a downhill snaking birdie putt finding its mark at the par 5 14th, taking her to within 2 shots of Park Min-ji. And after a bogey at the 15th, a great par save at 16, Min-ji couldn't avoid dropping a shot on 17. Ultimately a poor tee shot finding the fairway bunker, leading to a bogey 5, and at that point there was a 3-way tie. Park Min-ji, Lee Won and Lee So-mi all deadlocked at 10 under par, but So-mi would be finishing on the much harder par 3 4th. Lee Won just came up short of the green in 2, chipped up to here, and then buried this birdie putt right in the heart of the cup to set the clubhouse target at 11 under par. She could do no more but sit and wait to see if Park Min-ji could birdie as well. Min-ji actually had this for an eagle to win it outright. Just cozied it down to tap-in range. And a marathon day would go the distance. A matching birdie, a round of 71. And Park Min-ji and Lee Won would head back up the 18th hole to settle their differences in a playoff. Lee Won was first to strike. A terrific 3-wood from the middle of the fairway in the fading daylight. Chased it up, got the bounce she lacked in regulation, and asked Park Min-ji the question, how badly do you want a 17th tour title? How badly do you want to win this championship for a 3rd year in a row? Well, I think Min-ji emphatically answered those questions with this beautiful 3-wood of her own. Much like she did in regulation, landed it in a great spot, got the release, and she would have the shorter of the 2 eagle putts. But Lee Won, ever the competitor, ever the grinder, almost gave us one more for the record books. That close to an eagle 3. But the door was left open for one Park Min-ji, and Park Min-ji does not shy away from the big moments. An eagle and a win in style for Park Min-ji. A 3 for a 3-peat. She's your winner of this year's CELLTRION Queen's Masters, and what a way to do it. 54 holes couldn't separate Min-ji and Lee Won, but an eagle 3 on the first extra hole will give Park Min-ji a 17th KLPGA Tour title, a first win of 2023.
자, 기복은 부회장님 전달해 주시죠. 네, 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 오늘까지 선수들의 활약으로 적립된 버디 기금은 1,900만 원이고요. 유료 입장 티켓의 판매 수익은 1,600만 원으로 총 3,500만 원이 전달됐습니다. 뜻깊은 순간을 기념하기 위한 기념 베스트 드레서 시상이 있겠습니다. 베스트 드레서 시상은 바로 어제 2라운드 셀트리온 데이에서 이번 셀트리온 퀸즈 마스터스 대회와 가장 잘 어울리는 의상을 입고 플레이한 선수 3명에게 수여될 텐데요. 대표 선수 1인이 수상하도록 하겠습니다. 시상에는 양양군 김진아 군수님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 자, 셀트리온 컬러가 그린색이잖아요. 셀트리온 데이에서 그린색 의상으로 센스 있는 스타일을 연출한 선수 3명을 호명하겠습니다. 베스트 드레서 박지영, 안소현, 김아로미 선수입니다. 대표로 박지영 선수가 수상하겠습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주시죠. 축하드리겠습니다. 어제 박지영 선수가 보니까요, 그린색 줄무늬 상의를 멋지게 차려 입었습니다. 베스트 드레서 부상으로는 언제나 함께한다는 마음으로 맞춤 정장 문화 발전을 리드하고 있는 프리미엄 브랜드 포튼 가먼트의 맞춤 정장 상품권이 수여됐습니다. 박지영 선수에게도 정말 잘 어울릴 텐데요. 박지영, 안소연, 김아로미 세 선수의 아름다웠던 모습을 여기 계신 분들도 오랫동안 기억해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 박지영 선수 다시 한번 축하드리고요. 다음은 각 라운드별 최고 성적을 기록한 선수에게 수여되는 데일리 베스트 시상이 있겠습니다. 시상에는 셀트리온 신민철 부사장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 데일리 베스트 주인공은 1라운드 5언더파 67타를 기록한 황유민 선수입니다. 축하합니다. 네, 황유민 선수와 함께 2라운드 64타로 정윤지 선수가, 그리고 3라운드 66타로 강진실 선수가 각각 데일리 베스트를 기록했는데요. 대표로 황유민 선수가 상을 했습니다. 부상으로는 뛰어난 가치를 지닌 클래식하고 세련된 타임피스 프레드릭 콘스탄트의 손목 시계가 수여됐습니다. 네, 1라운드에서 67타 의미 있는 기록을 만들어낸 황유민 선수 다시 한번 박수를 보내주시죠. 네, 그리고 데일리 베스트를 기록한 세 선수 다시 한번 축하의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 다음은 코스 레코드 시상이 있겠는데요. 시상에는 설혜원, 안재근 대표이사님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 자, 이번 대회 이전에 이곳 더 레전드 코스의 코스 레코드가요, 지난해 셀트리온 퀸즈 마스터스 대회에서 박민지 선수가 기록했던 65타였습니다. 이 기록이 과연 깨졌을까요? 대회 코스 레코드 바로 2라운드 정윤지 선수의 64타로 새롭게 쓰여졌습니다. 정윤지 선수 축하합니다. 네, 지난해 박민지 선수가 기록했던 65타에서 한 타를 더 줄인 64타 새롭게 기록이 쓰여졌습니다. 코스 레코드 부상으로는 격이 다른 리조트 설혜원 하우스의 단독 풀빌라 2박 숙박권이 수여되겠습니다. 네, 바로 어제였죠. 정윤지 선수의 64타로 새롭게 코스 레코드가 작성이 됐습니다. 정윤지 선수를 위해 다시 한번 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 축하드립니다. 참 이번 대회 의미 있는 기록들이 또 많이 나왔는데요. 이어서 홀인원 시상이 있겠습니다. 자, 이번 대회 아주 놀랄만한 홀인원 상품들이 있었는데요. 말씀드리자면 4번 홀에서는 누하스의 4D 리클라이너, 그리고 7번 홀에서는 덕시아나의 최고급 침대 세트, 11번 홀에서는 프레드릭 콘스탄트의 매뉴팩처 트루비용, 16번 홀에서는 효성 더클래스의 메르세데스 벤츠 더 뉴 EQE가 홀인원 상품으로 제공됐습니다. 자, 이번 셀트리온 퀸즈 마스터스 행운의 상징이죠. 홀인원의 주인공 한 명이 탄생했습니다. 홀인원 시상에는 셀트리온 홀딩스 유원영 부회장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 앞으로 오시겠습니다. 자, 이번 대회 행운의 주인공 소개하겠습니다. 2라운드 4번 홀에서 최초로 홀인원을 기록한 김하연 선수입니다. 축하드립니다. 여러분 오래 기다리셨습니다. 드디어 오늘의 주인공 대망의 우승자 시상을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이곳 서래원에서 3일 동안 이어졌던 도전의 레이스, 그리고 날씨의 변수가 있었음에도 불구하고 극적이었던 드라마를 써낸 그 주인공을 소개하겠습니다. 3라운드 합계 11언더파, 총 합계 205타를 기록한 오늘의 주인공, 디펜딩 챔피언이자 3연패 대기록을 달성한 박민지 선수입니다. 축하합니다. 자, 연장 승부까지 갔던 박민지 선수인데요. 지난 셀트리온 퀴즈 마스터스 2회와 3회 대회를 연속으로 우승을 했고요. 이번 대회까지 3연패를 달성했습니다. 한 대회 3연패 기록은 KLPGA 역사상 단 4번밖에 없는 대기록이기도 한데요. 먼저 KLPGA 김순미 수석 부회장님께서 우승 자켓을 입혀주시겠습니다. 네, 셀트리온을 상징하는 그린 자켓이 수여되는데요. 기념사진 촬영이 있습니다. 네, 대회 3연패를 달성한 박민지 선수, 그리고 시상을 도와주신 김순미 수석 부회장님 감사드리겠고요. 이어서 셀트리온 홀딩스 유원영 부회장님께서 우승 상금과 꽃다발을 전달해 주시겠습니다. 자, 먼저 꽃다발이 수여가 되겠고요. 네, 박민지 선수에게 두 손 가득 전달이 됐습니다. 셀트리온 퀴즈 마스터스 우승자 박민지 선수에게는 우승 상금 2억 1,600만 원이 수여되겠습니다. 얼마나 기쁠까요? 같은 대회를 3연패 한다는 게 참 쉽지가 않은데요. 네, 우승 상금까지 전달이 됐고, 이제 마지막으로 또 우승 트로피가 수여되겠습니다. 네, 대망의 우승자 박민지 선수에게 트로피를 전달해 주시죠. 네, 3일간의 드라마의 주인공 박민지 선수에게 박수를 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 그리고 우승자 박민지 선수에게는요, 우승 상금 2억 1,600만 원 외에도 셀트리온이 보유하고 있는 세계적인 바이오 기술과 화장품의 시너지를 통해 태어난 셀트리온 스킨큐어의 상품권 1,000만 원 등 다양한 보상도 함께 마련이 돼 있습니다. 네, 함께 시상 보드가 전달이 됐고요. 네, 또 많은 보상들이 준비되어 있는데요. 계속해서 유원영 부회장님께서 수고를 해주시겠습니다. 이어서 프레드릭 콘스탄트 하이라이프 레이디 오토매틱 하트비트가 전달이 됐습니다. 네, 두 번째 보상이죠. 참 많은 우승자 보상이 준비되어 있는데요. 또 여기서 끝이 아닙니다. 오늘의 우승자 박민지 선수에게는 벽시 하나 고급 침대가 전달이 되겠습니다. 네. 참 박민지 선수에게도, 그리고 셀트리온 퀴즈 마스터스에게도 의미 있는
So to the winner go the spoils. Park Min-ji collects a 17th KLPGA Tour title, 216 million Korean won, and leaves Seong-hail Won's delightful Legends course with this year's CELLTRION Queen's Masters for the third year in a row. Well, it's been a marathon, but a fulfilling final round here at the CELLTRION Queen's Masters. I'm going to lie down. I need a good break because tomorrow, well, next week, we head over to the second major championship of the year where Lim Hee-jung defends the Korean Women's Open at beautiful Rainbow Hills. Until then, this is Timothy Lowe saying stay safe, have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you next week on the KLPGA Tour. Bye-bye for now.
타임피스 프레드릭 콘스탄트의 손목 시계가 제어됐습니다.
나가요?
베스트드레서 부상으로는 언제나 함께한다는 마음으로 맞춤 정장 문화 발전을